Hey there and welcome back to TubeGuruji channel. Today in this particular course we are going to build a personal budget planner mobile application, and this application we are going to build from the scratch. So if you are beginner, then this course is for you. So if you see on the screen, we have this beautiful login screen where user can log in and sign up to our account. We are giving option to log in with the Google and Facebook, and with the help of kind authentication we are going to add a social authentication for our application. Now let's select the account and just log in with the Google our application, and boom, how beautifully the home screen will look like. We have this beautiful user section where user profile, user name will go on display. Then we have this beautiful donut chart where it's showing how much we spend, or we have a budget for the living room, how much we are going to spend for the bathroom, and everything you will see along with the total estimate. Here you will see the latest categories total over here, along with how many items we added for this particular category. Not only that, but you can even add a new category. So if I click on new category, wow, you will see here that you can select the color which you want. You can select whatever the color you want. Even you can change this one with some icon, with whatever the icon you want to add. For example, let's add this particular icon. Okay, only you can add the living room icon, any icon you want, and select the background color whatever you like, and then give the category name. You can set a budget for that one. For example, I want to set a budget of $2,000, and boom, let's create that one. And wow, here you will see the category detail page where you have option to see how many items in that particular category. Here you will see this progress bar with the total estimate and the total budget. Also, not only that, but here you have option to delete this particular category. Okay, now if you want to add some item, let's click the add item. Here you have option to upload the image. Okay, now let's upload some image. Here I will upload some image. I will give some text, for example, hotel. Okay, here I'm gonna cost, for example, $400. You can add the URL of the hotel or anything. You can write some note over here. I will keep this blank and click add. Once you add that one, here you will see the hotels or whatever the item you added over here. Okay, and boom, how progress bar will just progress from this 0 to 400. Okay, and also it's showing the maximum budget for this particular category. Now there are a lot of things that we are going to learn. As I say, you can even delete this category. Now let's go back, and here you will see that particular category is added. And for the graph as well, with the total estimate get changed, you will see a new category option over here along with on the map as well. Okay, so cool. Now even though you can go in any category and check it, if you want to delete any of the category, you have option to delete. If I click delete, and boom, immediately without refreshing screen is get deleted. You're gonna learn everything whatever you saw on this particular demo. Now if you want to refresh the screen, just pull down and see the refresh, pull to refresh kind of feature that we are gonna add in this particular course. And for the backend, or to store all of our data along with the data and the images, we are going to use Supabase. If you never use Supabase, then this is the time to learn it and to add it in your application and make this application production ready, so that your friends, family, and you can earn from this kind of application easily. Okay, so guys, without doing any further delay, let's begin to develop this beautiful application. And if you still did not subscribe to my channel, please do subscribe now. So in order to build a React Native application, we are going to use this Expo build tool. Expo is very efficient, and if you are beginner, then it's great fit for you. It helps us to build application for iOS and Android, and it helps us to build application much more faster. If you see, if you go to this expo.dev, and you will see some of the use cases here. Also, it's very easy to create a React Native application through Expo within a one line of command. Then it includes all the native functionality like map, camera, and a lot of things. Okay, Obviously, throughout the application, we are going to use this Expo build tool to build our React Native application. So go to this expo.dev, and here, if you go to this read docs, here is step-by-step guide to create your application. Now, if you see, this is the command to create our application. So copy this command and then go to your project folder where you want to create this particular project. So open a terminal at that particular folder and then paste the command, which is npx create expo app. Click enter and then it will ask you the application name. So here I'm gonna give budget planner. Then it will install some dependency, so we'll wait, and boom, our application and project is ready. If you see, to run the application you have some of the commands, but before that let's close this one and open the VS Code. Once you open the VS Code, here open the folder where you just created this particular project. So in this case it's in React Native for me, and select the particular folder. Here I will say yes, trust these authors, and boom, on the left hand side you will see a bunch of different folders and file. Okay, now these are this particular folder called assets, which contain all our images, font, where we can store it. Then we have this node module which contain all the packages which we install. Okay, obviously we are not gonna touch anytime to this particular folder. Git ignore, when you push the data, you can ignore some of the files which prevent to push from to push it to a GitHub repo. App.js, which is our starting point of our application. Okay, once we run this application you will see it. Then we have this app.json file which contains the application related information like name of the application, the version, the orientation, icon, the splash screen as well. Okay, and it also includes the configuration for iOS and Android. Okay, so later on we'll get to know how we can add the package name for iOS and Android. Okay, it also support obviously web application. Then this babel.config.js. Okay, the package log and the package.json. Web package.json contain the name of the application. Also it contains a script to run the application and some of the dependency which is installed for our project. Okay, and some dev dependency as well. Now here is thing, right? We are going to use Expo router, and if you don't know what is Expo router, so let me just search Expo router, because throughout the application we are going to use Expo router. So when you want to navigate from the one page to another page, we are using the React navigations library. Okay, and that's how Expo replaced that particular library with the Expo router, and it's a folder based structure, a folder based navigation structure. Okay, so that's what we are going to do it. So if you search or go to this URL called document and the router slash introduction, here you will find the Expo router. Okay, so Expo router is a file based router for the React Native and web application, and it allow you to manage navigation between your screen, and that's where or that is very important in any React Native application. So first thing what we need to do, we will install this particular Expo router, and then we will run the application. So as we know that we already created this Expo app, so we will skip this step. Okay, then if you scroll down little bit here on the second step, which is to install the Expo router along with this shape area context, React Native screen, Expo linking, and there are a lot of things. Just copy as it is. Make sure your SDK is 50 and above. If there is a SDK is 49 and below, you have to install this one. Okay, so I will copy this SDK 50 and above. So you can check this SDK. If I go to this packet.json, you will see on the Expo over here. Okay, now go to the terminal, click new terminal, and paste your copied command. Okay, so it will install the Expo router for us. Next thing, we have to set up the entry point inside the packet.json. Okay, so for main we have to replace this main with the Expo router entry. So if I go here, and if you see right now it uses this node module app entry, I will replace it with the Expo router entry and then save it. Next step is to modify the project schema. So inside the app.json, let's go to this app.json file, and here we don't have any schema, so let's make sure to add that one. I will give that name with the, I will say budget planner schema, and then save it. Next step, let me bring this on the side by side so it will be easy for you as well. Okay, so next step is we already modified this app.json. So inside the app.json as well, if you are using the web, you want to build for the web application as well, so you can add that one. Okay, so let's do it. So copy this command. Okay, make sure to install for the web as well. So you have to install this command. So let's import it, and then you have to add this bundler macro inside the app.json under the web over here. Okay, comma over here and save it. And then the last, we need to add the we need to modify the babel.config.js. If I go to this babel.config.js, it's already modified according to our needs. Okay, it's already, they existed, it's the same, so we don't need to do anything. But make sure that if you have any other, like if you have export router slash babel, just remove that one and update it with this particular code, and then we will just clear a cache, and then we will rerun the application. Okay, so inside the terminal I will clear this one and then paste this command to run our application, which is npx expo start. The -c is used for to clear a cache. Now once you run the application, right, if you see, this is the particular QR code we generated. Okay, and now there are two ways that you can test your application or run on your device. The first is with your actual device. Okay, in order to run on actual device, you have to install one application called Expo Go. Expo Go application is available for Android and iOS device as well. Okay, so install this application, and then you have to make sure that the VS Code or whatever the project you are running and the mobile network will be the same. Okay, you need to be in the same network, so that once you go here, and then you will see automatically the Expo application which you are running. Okay, if not, then I will suggest to scan this QR code through the camera or mobile camera, and then you will redirect to the Expo Go app, and where you can see the application. Okay, this is the first and simplest method where you can actually test on a real device. Okay, obviously you can test all the functionality as well. The second way is to set up the emulator. Okay, so in this particular course I am going to set up a Android emulator. For that one, you need to install this Android Studio. Okay, so you can go to this Android Studio, download, you can search on Google and you will find to download the Android Studio. Once you install it, you will see this welcome or dashboard kind of thing for the Android Studio. Here on the right hand side you will see these three dots. Okay, go to this SDK manager, and inside the SDK platform, make sure at least you have one API is installed. Okay, then SDK tool, make sure to add the Android SDK build tool, the Android emulator, and then Android SDK platform tool. Okay, and then save this one. Then again go to this three dot and click on virtual device manager. Okay, here you can create a new device, because I already have some device, so it's showing here. But if you don't have, create a new device, select the type of category like phone, tablet. Okay, so I selected the phone, then select the operating system, or sorry, select the model for the particular phone. Okay, so you have Pixel 7 Pro and 6 Pro, 6, 5, everything. Okay, select the one which you want. I will definitely suggest select the one which have this icon called Google Play icon. Okay, so it means they have the Play services, which is important for our Expo Go application. Okay, then click next. Here you have to select the one of the the version of Android, right? So Tiramisu, or you have SRQ, anything you can select, and then click next. Then it will create the virtual device for you, and then it will appear over here. Okay, once it appear, you have option to run this one. Okay, so if you see, I have option to launch this AVD emulator. Click on that one, and then it will start the AVD, okay, the virtual device. So we'll wait, and if you see, wow, I will close this now because we don't need anymore. So you can close this Android Studio as well once your emulator is started. And here you will see your Expo Go application. Here I already have the Expo Go application. If I go here, if you see, I already install it inside this device, okay. But if you want to install, you can install from the Play Store, or as soon as you run your application, okay, on in Android, it will also automatically install the Expo Go, okay. So right now, if you see, there is a shortcut to run your application on the actual device, so sorry, on an emulator, okay. So if I press A over here, and now it's saying the Expo Go on Pixel 7 Pro is outdated, would you like to upgrade? So say yes. Now if you see, it's automatically taking care of installing, uninstalling, or updating any, or updating our Expo Go application. So you don't need to worry it, okay. So if you see, now the Expo Go is installing. So inside the terminal you will see it. Now it's downloading, and now Expo Go is open. Now it actually install our application, okay. So we'll wait, and you will see here new update available, downloading. So it's downloading new updates. As we are using Expo router, it will take some time for a first time launch of application, okay. Once it's running application, you don't need to relaunch every time, and boom, you will see this beautiful message called welcome to Expo. Now here you will see they have some shortcut key, okay. You can press Command M. So if you see, these are some shortcut if you want to reload this application or go back to home. You can, if you see, this is the IP address, if you see over here, okay, that we will need it later on. And you can also have a debugger and lot of things. Anyway, I'll close this one, and now it's just saying the message that welcome to Expo, start by creating a file in the app directory, okay. So let's do that. So let me bring this down. Now, as I say very beginning, that app.js was the starting point, but now we are using Expo router, so this app.js router is not required anymore. So what we are going to do, inside the root directory, we are going to create a new folder called app, and make sure the folder name should be app only, okay. And inside this app folder, I'm going to create a new file called index.js. You can use JS or JSX, it doesn't matter. And then add a default template, okay. Now you if you don't know how to add a default template or syntax for that one, don't worry. Here in VS Code, we have one extension called ES7 plus React Redux snippets tool. Make sure to install this one, okay. So this one very helpful when you are writing a code. It will help us to write your code much faster. Now if you want to add a template, I will just type RNF, which stand for React Native Functional Component. Click enter, and boom, your default template is ready, okay. Now here I'm gonna change this name to home, and then save it, and boom, if you see on the right hand side, the application get auto refresh, okay, immediately as soon as I save this code. And we have this default name now called home, and this is our starting point of our application, or this is our default page of our application, okay. Now if I want to change this text, for example, I will say subscribe to TubeGuruji and save it, and you will see the text called subscribe to TubeGuruji, okay. So beautiful, right? Now if you want to give a style, okay, here if I write the style like this, and inside double bracket you can give the style. So for example, I will say margin from the top 20 and save it, and you will see the margin from the top, okay. So this styling called inline styling. There is another styling which is called external styling, which we can define like this. So for example, if I type RNSS, which stand for RNS style, okay, which stand for React Native Style, and boom, the template is ready. Make sure to import the style sheet, okay. So this style sheet is importing from the React Native, and now you can define some style over here, okay. These are the class name, you can define it here. For example, if I say font size of 20, okay, and now you can just apply here by using style, and refer it by using styles dot, and you will get the suggestion called text, because this is the text class name we define inside the style sheet. Now save this one and you will see the change in the font for the text. Okay, so these are the basic styling thing that we need to know in inline and the external styling. Now, as I say, as we are using the Expo router, and I already told about the Expo router that the Expo router is replacing the React navigation library, and it contains a file structure navigation. Okay. Now, when I say file structure, for example, if you see on the right hand side, we have the inside the app we have the index.js, which is our default file. But if you want to create a new route over here, consider I want to create a new screen. Okay, and we can call it as a detail, whatever detail screen. Okay, and I click enter. Now inside that you can create index.js, and boom, now your new route is ready. This is default template, and save it. I will just detail here, I will say detail screen, and boom, this is your new route. Okay, obviously right now on the UI it's showing the default page because we did not jump it to this particular page. But if you want to go to this detail screen, you can go it. Okay, for example, you can go it by using this let's me add a button over here. Okay, so and once I added the button, I will say title, we'll say go to details, and if you want to go to the next page, there are a couple of ways that you can go. The best way is to using the link. I don't know, the linking is not getting imported. Let me check why. So once I have added the button, make sure to import this link from the Expo router. Okay, and then you can wrap this button inside that one. Here for this link you have to provide a property called href, and then you can give the path. So in this case we'll say details, and I will end the tag. I will wrap this button inside this one. Okay, now make sure once you define this link, you have to mark this link as a add child, because this has a child called button. Okay, and now save it. Now if I click on go details, boom, it went to the detail screen. And now if you see, we did not even added any navigation configuration, still it's working because this is called a folder structure navigation inside the Expo router. Okay, now if you want to learn more about this structure and all, okay, this navigation, how it works and all, you can go to this documentation, and it will help you to understand with the how the folder structure gonna work, how to create a dynamic folder structure or a dynamic route, and lot of things. Okay, obviously throughout this particular course we're gonna learn a lot of different things from this Expo router as well. Okay, so I hope you understand this Expo router and how we set up this one. Next we will understand our application flow, how it gonna work, and what are the different screens which we are going to implement, what technology we are going to use. Okay, so let's talk about the application workflow. Here I'm using this eraser.io application. I'm using from long time, which is a very interesting application when I want to explain something. And one more important thing, that I also build a project. Okay, for the same eraser clone application. You can find it here. Okay, the link is in the description. You can check it out and build the similar application like this as well. Anyway, let's go to our application workflow. I will open this document, and here is the flow of our application. Now once user, this is our user for example, and user comes to our application. Okay, he need to, it will open the login screen. Okay, obviously if he is not authenticated, then he need to authenticate it, or he need to authenticate in our application, and for that one we are going to use this kind.com authentication. Okay, if user is already authenticated, then it will open the home screen, and this is our just a prototype guys. Okay, not a detail screen. So this is how it looks, which we have this beautiful header, then the total budget section, and the section for each of the items. Then we are giving a new screen to add a new section of the screen. Okay, so if you see in this case, for example, living room. Okay, and these are the section where user can add it. And once user add that section, or obviously from the home screen as well, he can go to this section screen where user can see the details about the each section, the item which get added into that one, and with the pricing and all the details we are going to show. Okay, and also we are giving option to add the information as well for this each of the section. Okay, so these are kind of budget planner we are doing, and we are giving a complete access to the user that he can control what he want to add, what are the pricing he want to add. He can set up a total budget. Our application automatically calculate how much budget or amount is happen, whether it's exceeding the total budget and everything. All the notifications, all we are going in this particular course. So this particular application workflow is looks like easy, but it's very interesting while we start developing the application. Okay, so obviously we will go step by step. First thing that we need to do is to add a login screen to our application, and then with the help of kind.com authentication, we will log into we will add authentication, a social authentication in our application. Okay, and one more important thing, that we are going to use Supabase for this particular course, that to store our for our as a backend for our application. Okay, so let's get started. So now, in order to add authentication in our application, let's talk about how the workflow for this authentication. So over here, if you see, we have this home screen. Okay, once user comes on the home screen, right, it will check whether the user is authenticated or not. And if he's already authenticated, then it will obviously will not jump or redirect to any other screen. But if user is not authenticated, then he will jump on the login screen where he will do the authentication, and then it will redirect it to the home screen. When the user had login for first time, okay, then we will store the data in a local storage. For that one, we are going to use async storage. Okay, and for authentication, as I say, we are going to use this kind.com. But before that, let's implement the login screen first. So let's go to the VS Code, and over here, obviously I will delete this detail screen because we don't need it anymore. And let me remove this all of this button for now. I will just put the sample text, and so just refresh the screen, and this is the default text you are getting display on the screen. Okay, so first thing, what I'm going to do, I'm going to install one component called async storage. Okay, so just type async storage expo. Okay, and this is the library that we need to install. Okay, which help us to store data locally on a device. So copy this command and then go back to our application and paste it here so that it will get installed. Okay, and in order to use it, okay, so this is the not this one, this is a documentation to mention how to use the storage. Okay, so for example, in order to store a value, okay, string value, you have to define it here like this. So you have to say async storage set item, the key and the value. And to read a value, same thing we need to do. Just instead of set, here we need to pass get item and the key. Okay, so first thing, let's import this particular statement. So what we are going to do first, we are going to create a new folder outside of this app folder, and we'll call it as a services, or we can call utils. Okay, utils folder. Inside that, I'm gonna add a services.jsx file, and here I'm gonna add it. So the reason is, right, instead of writing this or say code to store the data, right, we'll keep in one folder, and then we can reuse it every time whenever we need it. Now over here, I'm gonna write this particular method to store a data. So here we'll say store data async. I'm gonna pass key and value. So this key can be changed, means whatever the key we pass, it will use it here, and the value. Okay, and then next thing, in order to read the data, we will use this particular line of code to get the data. Okay, so this is to store data, and this is to get the data. And here as well, we need to pass a key, and that key will replace it over here like this. Okay, and simply we'll just export default, we say store data, and then we'll get data. And also we have to make sure if value, we have some value, we will just return that value, okay, inside the get data, and save it. Now our async storage is ready. So now what we need to do, let's go to this index.js, which is our first default page, and here I'm gonna write one method called constant. Here we'll say check user auth. So this method will check if user is already logged into the application or not, okay. And here we'll simply write a method. So here we'll call constant result is equal to await, and we are using await, so make this method as async, and we'll say service, okay. So make sure to import the service first, service from, and give the path, the one we just created, right? So inside the util / services, so services, oh now it's again installed, okay, I will remove this one, dot, and we have the get data option. Here we'll check if the login, means the key with the login, has some data or not, okay, as simple as that. And obviously we'll console the result. I want to show whether we are getting the data or not, result comma result, okay. And obviously we will call this method inside the use effect. So this use effect is the React hook, okay. If you don't know about the use effect, so use effect, whenever we did not define here the empty array, then this use effect will get executed for every instance. But if you want to execute this use effect only once this component get load, then you have to pass this empty array. Or you want to execute at some value change, right, that particular variable name, you can pass it here. Now right now I just want to execute only once, so I will define here like this. It will say check user authentication. If we write method called use to check user is already authenticated or not, okay. And the result, now obviously we'll just console the result, okay. So let's go back to our application, let's go down, and if you see, result is undefined because we did not store anything, right? So if this result is undefined, obviously here we'll say if result is not equal to, maybe we'll say not equal to true, okay, then we will redirect it to the new screen. Obviously we don't have any new screen, so let's create a new screen called login. So inside the app folder, I'm going to create a login screen. So here we'll create a new folder called login. Inside that, I'm going to create a new file called index.jsx for the login screen. Add the default template. Here I will change name to login screen, and the login screen, and save it. Right now what we'll do, we need to navigate to the next screen, right? Or that what we need to do programmatically. So obviously we cannot do directly here, okay, because on the button click we can able to add the link and all, right? So here, in order to navigate programmatically, you have to write constant router is equal to use router, okay. This use router will be importing from the Expo router, so import that one. So let's say import, or we can import it here only, comma use router, okay, from the Expo router. Now we use this hook and we take the reference, and then here we'll just simply say if result is not equal to true, we'll navigate it to the login screen. So we have to write router.push/login, okay. There is another method, we can call it as a replace, okay. The difference between in push and replace, so replace will actually by default change the screen to the login screen, okay. And for push, so it will add a new screen on the top of the existing screen, so you can able to go back as well when you use the push. But in the replace, if you use the replace, then you cannot go back, and that's what we wanted. So if you see, as soon as I save it, it's navigate to the login screen because the result is not true, okay. Now one more important thing I want to tell you here before going forward in this particular course is about the Expo router stack, okay. If you go to the Expo documentation, here we have the option called navigation between pages, okay. So here you have different option. Okay, let me go to this maybe layout route. Okay, I'm gonna tell you about the layout route as well. But if you see, we have this tag navigation. Okay, and this is very important if you want to add the tag navigation with the header and all. And obviously I'm gonna tell you how to use it. So let's go back to our application. Okay, so in order to use the stack navigation, right, we can use inside this layout file. Okay, so in order to give you or add a layout file to your application, you have to add a new file, for example, and you have to start with the file name with the underscore and then layout.jsx. Add the default template. Here I'm gonna say home layout like this. Okay, and then save it. Now if you see this, it's rendering the home layout. Okay, let me give some styling so that you can see the text. We'll say margin top 250, and if you see, this home layout is showing on the screen. Okay, but what we need to do, obviously we don't want to show home layout, we want to show our default page. Okay, so I will just remove all of this thing and I'm gonna add a stack. Okay, so let's import the stack from the Expo router. So I will just import stack from Expo router. Okay, and then save it, and then you will see the magic. See, now we have the beautiful stack navigation, you have the beautiful header bar, and in that you have the login screen, because because obviously user did not log in, that's why it's redirect it to the login screen. Okay, but here is thing, if you don't want to use this header bar, you have option to remove it. Okay, there are a couple of ways that you can remove. Okay, so if I go to this stack navigation, see, the first thing, you can give the screen option if you want to add a screen option. Okay, or you can remove the header or give the screen option for a particular screen as well. The another way is to give a screen option inside this return statement, and another way is to define inside this way, like navigation set option. Okay, so but right now in this particular application, I don't want header at all. Okay, so what I'm going to do, I want to remove this header. So let's go to this underscore layout, and inside that one I'm gonna add a screen options. So we will see screen options, and inside that I will just type header shown to false and save it, and boom, now all the header for all the screen is gone because we mark it as a header shown. But as I say, you can give as many options you want for this tag navigation here only, and that's the simplicity of the Expo router, right? You don't need any configuration, just use tag and boom, automatically stack navigation get imported in your application. Beautiful. Now next, let's go to this login screen which we want to design. So let's go to the login screen index.jsx, and boom, now I already added one image file inside the assets folder. Okay, so which is called login.bg, and this is how it looks. Okay, that's what I'm going to add it here first. So I will say image, and inside the image I'm gonna add this I want to import that particular image, so source. Okay, and if you see, this image I'm importing from this React Native. Okay, now here we need to provide this path of the image. So I am gonna add from here only, from I will say, and I will give the path over here, so which is from the assets slash login bg.png. okay, something like this. So instead of that one, let me go to this finder, and here I'm going to create a new folder called images, and inside this image folder I'm going to keep this image. Okay, so now this will be like images slash login bg.png, and then I can just refer it here like this. Oops, inside this source. Okay, now for this one I'm gonna add some style. Okay, as I say at the very beginning that you can add a inline styling or external styling. Okay, so in this case I'm gonna add external styling. So I add a style sheet here, and make sure to import the style sheet, and then here we'll say VM background image, we can say, right? And here I'm gonna add width of 200 and then height of 400. Now let's apply that style. So styles dot background image, see. Okay, and let's save this one, and boom, If you see on the screen, the image is showing on the screen, right? Now let's add some styling to this one. So we'll say margin top to 30, then say border width I'm gonna add to 5, okay, and I'm gonna add a border radius as well to 20. Now we want this in the middle, so let's give some inline styling to this view. So we'll say this simply display as a flex, and then align item to be in the center. So because we want it into the center like this, say, and then we are pretty much good. Now only thing that we need to, I also want to add a color, right? So for that one, I'm gonna create a new file in the utils called colors.jsx. So all the colors which I'm going to use for this particular application, I will keep inside this folder. I will just simply say export default, and then I'm gonna write color name. So here, for example, for black color, and this is the code I'm gonna write. Let's save this one, and here I'm gonna add that color. So we'll say border color, we'll say colors. If you see, it's importing from this utils.colors, and then it has a black color, and then save it. See, it will look like this. Okay, let's give margin top to 17. Perfect. Then I'm gonna add one more view here like this, and inside that I'm gonna add a text, okay, using this text component. Here I'm gonna say personal budget planner. Let's save this one, and for this view I'm gonna add style, and we'll add a background color, okay, so colors, and I want to add one more color as a call of primary color of our application. Okay, so this is the color code I added. Let's save this one, and then we'll just refer that color called primary, okay, like this. Obviously here I'm gonna give width of 100%, okay, and height is of 100% like this. See, then I'm gonna give a padding of 20, and beautifully the margin top in the minus, because I want to move this at the little bit top, so I'm gonna give in a minus. See, like this, okay, on the top of this image. And then I'm gonna add a border top radius, okay, so top left radius to be 20, maybe I will make it 30, and same thing, border top right radius to be 30. See, okay, beautifully we give this design effect. And then for this text, let's add some styling to this text as well. So add a style. Now it's up to you whether you want to add inline or external styling. If there is a lot of things, for example, in this case, it's better to add the style externally. Okay, so now for this one, I'm gonna add style font size of 25. Then I'm gonna add font weight of format out to be bold, and then text align in the center. See, and the text, or maybe we can call it as a color, as a white. So here I'm gonna add a white color as well, white, and colors dot white. See, something like this. We'll change this to 35. Maybe this is much better. This need to be a budget, the spelling mistake, budget. Now next we're gonna add another text which kind of subheading, and you can call it as a, for this text I will paste this tagline called stay on a track event by event, your personal planner app, budget planner app. Okay, so for this one I'm gonna add a style. Here I'm gonna add a font size of 18, then text align to be in the center, and color is colors dot white, like this. We'll give some margin top to 20, something like this. See, okay, and the last we're gonna add a button to login. Okay, so here I'm gonna add a button, but for that one I'm gonna use touchable opacity. okay, because it will give you the on press event. Okay, so touchable opacity, and inside that I'm gonna add a text, and just we will simply say login/sign up. Okay, now here I'm gonna add styling. So style, let's add a external styling. So let's add a button and just apply that style over here. So style dot button, and simply here we will say not width, we'll say background color is colors dot white, then padding of 2, padding horizontal maybe 5, and let's save this one how it looks. That's good. We'll say padding of 6, maybe padding 20, 50. Then for this text, I want text in the center. We'll say style text align in the center, and then I want a color to be colors dot primary. See, okay. Now for this button again, I'm gonna make the border radius to be rounded to be 99, so it will get rounded, and then margin top to 20, something like this. See, okay, and then save it. Now if I click on this one, you will see this effect, right? This effect is given by this touchable opacity. Okay, if you add the view, you don't have the on press event. If you go here and I have on press event, okay, let me show you how it works. So here we'll say button click. Okay, now whenever I click on this button, you will see the button click text over here. Okay, so that's the reason we use this touchable opacity. Now obviously on this button click, we need to call, or we need to do the sign in for the user. Okay, so that's we'll do it, but I hope you understand this one. Okay, and now again here I'm gonna write a simple small text. We'll say by login/sign up you will agree to our terms and conditions. Okay, this is beautiful text. I'm gonna add a style to this one, and we'll say font size of 10, maybe 13, and we'll change the color to colors dot white. Okay, you can give some light color as well, and we'll say margin top to 10. I added the gray color over here. Okay, so gray, and just apply this one, and that's look beautiful. Now let's go to this kind.com, and this is the authentication service provider, and the main important thing is completely free. So it's very easy to integrate for any web application, React Native application, and it provide and available for many bunch of different technology as well. Okay, so first thing, let's create a new account for this one, and once you create account, you will go through you need to type some business name and etc etc. Once you land on this dashboard, here you have option to add an application. So click on it, you can give the application name. I'm gonna add budget planner app. Then you can select the technology. So obviously I will select the front end and mobile, and then click next. Now here you have option to select the framework. Okay, so here you will launch on this detail screen, and you can select the option. We can call it we can select the React Native. Here you have documentation. If you scroll down, you will see the domain name, client ID. You don't have client security, but here you have option to add a callback URL. Obviously we need it, and we will update it later on, but for now let's save this one, and then click on this React Native documentation. On the left hand side, if you scroll down, you have the option called Expo and React Native SDK. So click on that one, and here you will find the this particular command to install this npm package. So copy this command, go to your project, and inside the terminal just paste it here. Okay, so it will install the Kinde SDK for us. Then obviously we are not using the bare React Native, so we will skip this step. Just scroll down, and then inside this Kinde configuration section, you will find inside the setting application, you need to add this callback URLs. Okay, but this URL is for the React Native application, but we are using Expo build tool. Okay, so if you scroll down little bit, here you have the Expo Go configuration, right? So what you need to do, you have to add the this particular kind of URL, okay, which contain Expo. Then you have to add the IP address and then the port. Okay, so there are two ways that you can get this information. Once we run this application, right, you will find this particular IP address, okay, where our application is running. So copy this one. Then if you go back to the application and inside this allow callback, just paste it here like this. Okay, same thing you have to add it here as well. And then once you add this one, make sure to save it. Once you save it, right, then you have to integrate the Kinde SDK inside your application. So here the way that you can initialize it. Okay, so copy this import statement, and what we are going to do, we are going to add a new file. Okay, so inside the utils, we will add a new file called Kinde config.jsx. Okay, and here we'll paste this import statement. Then you have to add this client key over here. Okay, now you can obviously we need to add this issuer name, the redirect URL and everything. Okay, but what you can do, you can just for now I'm going to add inside this config file only, but you can create a new .env file and you can add it there. Okay, but in order to show it, I'm going to add it here. So if you check the Kinde issuer, right, if you scroll down, these are the key you need to add it there. Okay, this one. So the issuer name, you will get it here. Okay, so issuer nothing but this domain, so copy this domain and paste it here. Then the redirect URI, so this redirect URI is nothing but this callback URL, and the logout redirect URI is the same, and the client ID, here you will get this client ID as well, and then save it. Okay, and make sure to export this constant client so that you can use it anywhere inside the application. Now once you've done this with this one, right, let's go back to this documentation, and simply you have to add on press for button, so that we can call this handle sign in method, and inside the handle sign in method you have these two simple method. Okay, so just copy this handle sign in, and inside the login screen, because this is our login screen, right, after this one I'm gonna add this handle sign in. Now we use await client. Okay, so make sure to import this client. So I'm gonna add import client from, and then give the path over here from the utils /Kinde config. Okay, and then save it. Now on the press of login button, okay, so this login button we need to call this handle sign in. So this is the on press event. I'm gonna remove this one. I'm just calling this handle sign in, and then save it. Also, once we got the token, it means user is authenticated, right? Here we're gonna write a method, not method, but we're gonna store in our local storage that user is login, right? So here we will just say await, then services. We need to add the services file, so import services from utils/services. Okay, so if I go to these services, if you see we have this get data and store data. Now in this case we need to store the data, so services dot store data, and here we're going to pass the key as a login, and the value I'm going to pass it as a true. Okay, it means we'll store the value and user is now login, and along with that we need to redirect it to the home screen, right? So here I'm going to simply add constant router is equal to use router. Make sure to import this router as well. So import use router from Expo router. And this use router, once we import it, then you have here, okay, now use this one to redirect it. So router dot, you can say replace, or you can just say, so this need to be route, use route, this need to be, oh, use router, use router, then replace, and then we'll say slash, nothing but the home screen, right, the default screen, and then save this one. Okay, now let's test this out. So click login. So we got one warning or error. Let's see what's the issue. So let's go to down. Okay, so this is the error. It's saying the login is undefined. Obviously here we need to write like this, okay, because we imported it. And I think hopefully we are good. Let's try this one now. And now if you see, it's redirected to a sign in page. Okay, so obviously kindly you use their own sign in page. Okay, but here let's add an account. So it's loading. Obviously I'm running on emulator, so it will take some time. So right now if you see, we got one error that sorry, we don't have see a way to authenticate you at the moment. Okay, so this error came because I added a new application, but I forgot to add the authentication. So if I go to this authentication section here, if you see none of the authentication service we selected. Okay, so I will select the password list, select the Facebook, Google, and then save it. Okay, and now let's test this out. So let's close this one, and let's click, and let's again click it. And now if you see, we have this beautiful page where now you can able to log into our account. Okay, now one more important thing I want to tell you, inside this home, right, if I go to this dashboard inside the kind, right, you can even design your own page, okay, according to your need. You can even upload the image for a logo, the favy icon, you can change the theme. Okay, and not only this, but you can change the color of the buttons, you can add a background image, and you can even check at the same time over here. If I click edit, you will see the background image and everything. Okay, it's up to you how you want to modify this particular page. Now I will click Google login. Okay, and here I need to add a account, so I will pause and I will add the account. And I just created this account, and if you see, it's saying that we cannot find your account. Okay, and do you want to create a new account? So obviously you don't have an account, so it's saying to sign up or to create account. So just click on create account, and it automatically create account for you, and boom, you jump it directly on this particular home screen as soon as you authenticate to this particular application. Okay, now even though you try to refresh it, right, let me refresh it. If I reload this application again, okay, now you will land on the home screen and not the login screen, because you already authenticated, right, and because of the logic which we return inside this index.js, that if the result is true, then don't redirect it to a new screen. Okay, and that's how you can able to land on the home screen only. Now another thing that you can add the logout button. So if I go to this documentation again, okay, and after this sign in, you have this logout option where you can have handle logout button, method where you can add this beautiful logout option. Okay, let's try this out as well. So I will copy this one, and on the home screen, okay, I'm gonna add one button. So inside the return, I'm gonna add one button. Button has a title, and we'll say logout like this. Okay, now it has an on press event, so we'll add an on press, and let me add this method as well called handle logout, and we'll just add it here. Handle logout. Okay, and then make sure to import this client library from this utils kind which we already initialized inside the util folder. And once you log out, right, you can add a router dot replace obviously we need to navigate to the login screen, so I will add it here. And one more important thing that we need to do is to remove this get data means the logins. Okay, so here I will say await services dot store data, and for the login, and now I can show for example false. Okay, and now let's save it. Now if I click on logout, okay, now it will redirect to this particular screen, back on this page, and boom, you are in the login screen now. Okay, even though you refresh it, you will jump in on the login screen because we also clear this local storage data. Okay, now again I will click login, and in this case you already have account created. Okay, you don't need to create an account, so it will automatically log into our application, and boom, you log in to this home screen, the application, and it redirect it to home screen. Okay, so this is how beautifully and seamlessly we integrated the kind authentication service inside the our application. Now you can add different type of social authentication like Google, Facebook. You can even add Apple, GitHub, and there are a bunch of more options that you can add it very easily. Okay, now if you want to explore more, you have you can go to this kind documentation, and you will find a bunch of different type of option that you can add in your application. So guys, if you have any question, any doubt, let me know in the comment section. And then if you have anything that you don't understand, you can always refer my source code. The link is in the description. So guys, see you in the next section. So now it's time to add a tab navigation in our application. So we want to add a 3 main tab. So if I go to here, okay, and here if you see, obviously for the home screen we want to add a bottom tab navigation, and obviously we want to add a 3 tab, the one for the home screen. Okay, then another is for the history. Okay, so whenever user add something, right, we will keep that history, and then last is profile. So these 3 tab we want to add. Also on the left hand side, if you see, right, these are the things we completed, and we are in the tab navigation section now. So let's go back to our application, and in order to add a tab navigation is quite simple. Okay, anytime you can go to this tab navigation Expo routing documentation, and here you will see how to create a tab and everything. Okay, so in order to add a tab in our application, let's go to this app folder, and inside this app folder you need to create a new folder, but in this case you need to give the name starting with this bracket, and here you need to add a tabs. Okay, simply like this. And here inside that one, for the tab layout, right, I'm gonna add a new file, and I will say layout.jsx like this. Okay, and here I'm gonna add default template. For this one I'm gonna rename this to tab layout and save it. Okay, so right now nothing get changed because we did not added the tab yet. Here we need to add the tabs like this. Okay, obviously you need to import the tabs, so let's import the tabs. Oh my bad. Tabs from Expo router. Okay, and once you import this tab, if you, as I say, right, you can take the reference anytime to how to add the tabs and all. Okay, and inside that you have to define the screen. If you see, for this screen we have a couple of things, so I will just copy this one and we'll import it inside this tab screen. Okay, and let's, okay, so make sure to import this font awesome. Okay, so this icon, this font awesome icon, they are getting from this icons.expo.fyi. okay, so these are the import statement for that one, and then save it. So on the right hand side, if you see, nothing get display on the screen yet. So right now let's add one more screen. Okay, so I will move this index, the default screen, into this tab folder. Okay, and then we'll say update the imports, and then I want to add a new file, and we can call it as a history.jsx. okay, add the default template for that one, and here I will just rename with the capital letter. Let's save this one and add one more file over here, and then we can call it as a profile.jsx. Add the default template for that one as well. I will just rename this component name or the screen name or function name to capital, start with the capital letter. Okay, now we have all of these things. Now one more important thing you have to do inside the layout dot JSX, which is the parent layout. Here you can define a default stack screen. Okay, so if you go here and if you see, they define the default or main navigator. Okay, so here you just need to define name and the folder to which you have to refer. Okay, so I will just add stack dot screen, give the name, so in this case is tabs, and then you can give the screen option. Obviously if you don't want the header section, you can add that one. So here we need to give the options, and let's say header shown as a false, and then save it. Okay, so right now we have one error that services is not okay. So inside the index.js, as we move it, right, that's the reason the import is not correctly defined. So maybe we have to define here like this, and let's save this one. I will refresh this. Okay, let me refresh it, and after refresh the screen, this is the output will look like. Okay, so right now make sure the import statement you added the correct one, and boom, we are in the home screen, which we have the beautiful tabs. If you see at the bottom, we have these tabs. Okay, obviously if I go to this tabs layout, okay, where we have this tab layout, right now you will see we have only one tab we defined, right, and that's the reason only define this icon and the name. But obviously we added two more files into this tab folder. That's the reason Expo automatically detect that okay, you have two more tabs added to this particular folder, and it's added on the screen as well. Okay, so let's redesign this one. So I will add tab screen, two more screen over here. Obviously I will rename this to in one is index. The name, whatever the file name you give, you have to assign that screen name as it is. Okay, so in this case I will add history, and we'll say history, and over here I will say profile, and the title I will give profile. So this title is nothing but this title which you see at the bottom, right? These are the titles. If I save it, right, you will see the title get changed, the icon, right? Obviously we'll change the icon. So let's go back to this icons.expo.fyi, and here you can search the icon. So as we are using the font awesome everywhere, so I will just copy this font awesome. You can even filter these options. Okay, and you can just check copy this name because we already have the component added. So I will just change this name. Okay, and then you will see the change, see history. Okay, and same I will do it with the profile. So for profile I will type user, and yeah, I will use this user as a font awesome icon, and then save it. And if I see this one, see, now you have profile, you have history, and then you have this home button as well. Okay, now you can even change the active color option. Okay, for example, if I go to screen option, and here I will say active tint color. Okay, and you can give the color which we already have. Okay, so colors, so obviously we need to import these colors from the colors folder. So I will say colors from, and then we have to give path of that utils folder /colors, and then you can just refer as a primary color and save it, and boom, if you see now this tabs primary, or sorry, the active tint color is changed to our application primary color. Okay, so this is how you can easily import this tab navigation inside your application. And if you see at the top, as I change this particular screen, the tab also get changed. Okay, now for this tab you can give option to header shown as false. Okay, once you done this one, it will hide the header for all the screen. But if you want to hide for some of the screen, then you have to mention inside this options bar. Okay, so if you have any question about while implementing the tab navigation, let me know in the comment section. Now it's time to set up a backend for our application, and for that one we are going to use the Supabase. So Supabase is a alternative for the Firebase, and Supabase use the a Postgres database as a database for that. Okay, and if you never use the Supabase, don't worry, because I'm going to teach you everything in this particular course as well. So it has a they provide a different features like database, the authentication, the edge function, along with the storage. You can do the real time database updates, and there are a lot of things. Now that if you talk about the pricing, so they have the free tier, and for the development purpose or for a small business, I will say the free tier is sufficient for you. Okay, so let's create an account on this Supabase if you don't have an account, and then let's go to the dashboard. Inside the dashboard, here you will find the dashboard like this, where you have option to create a new project. So click on this new project button and click on this choose organization. In that same organization, you can create a new one if you want. Now you can give the project name. So I will say budget planner. Then you can add the database password. So I'm gonna add database password, and then you can select the region which is nearest to you. So in this case, I will select the nearest of to mine, and then click on create new project. So it will take a few minutes or few seconds maybe to create the project, and boom, your project is get created. Now here you will find the API key, the URL as well, okay, which you will need it to add Supabase in your application. Okay, now the thing is, let's integrate this Supabase. Okay, so you can go to this documentation and then search for the JavaScript client library. Okay, if you see over here, you will see the JavaScript client library, and that's what we needed. Okay, so it's very easy to integrate. The first thing you need to do is to install this Supabase. Okay, so copy this one first and go to your project, and inside the terminal, so open the terminal. I will select the new tab and then paste it here, so that it will get this Supabase will get installed. After that one, obviously we use with the npm, so you don't need to add through cdn. And then I think that also we don't need it. Okay, now you can initialize this particular client. Okay, so we have different option here. You can add your custom domain, some additional parameter with the custom schema, and lot of the things. Okay, we'll keep it simple and just we'll add this create client. Okay, so copy this one, go to your project, and inside this utils you can create a new file, and I will call it as a supabase config.jsx. Okay, and over here just paste the code which you copied. Now only thing that I will do, I will export this one, so that whenever I want to use Supabase, right, you can just use this from here. So you don't need to initialize in each component. Once you add it here, you can just access it and it will get initialized automatically. Next thing we need to add is this particular URL. Okay, and along with this a key, so that you will get it over here. Okay, so this is okay over here. Okay, so this you can access from the project settings and then API. So you need an API key, so I will copy this API key and the project URL. So copy this project URL first, paste it here, and then copy this API key as well, and then paste it here. Okay, and then save it. Boom, now your Supabase get initialized. Now you can ready to use the Supabase anywhere where you want to use it. Now let me show you a simple demo. Okay, so here if on the left hand side you will see a bunch of options like table editor, SQL editor, database, authentication, and a lot of things. Inside the database you have option here. Okay, like trigger, function, extension, role, and lot of things. You can create a new table as well. And inside the table editor, obviously first you need to create a table, and then you can add uh, column and all of this thing. Okay, so let's go here and create a new table. You can give the table name. So here I'm gonna give a table name called category. So obviously we need this category, okay, because if I go here and let me show you our mockup. Okay, so inside this mockup, if you see, right, these are the category like living room, material, and that user can add their own category. Okay, so that category we will store in this particular table. So we'll have the name, category, description. If you want to add, you can add it. Okay, you can make it real time if you want to update the changes real time as well. Then you can have id created add, which is the default column. Let's add some few column. For example, we'll add a create the category name. Okay, just add a name. You can select a type here. So in this case I will select the varchar. Okay, and default I will keep as it is. Then add a new column. Here I will say created underscore by, okay, which is where we are going to save the user's email who created this category. Then I will add some icons. Okay, so right now don't worry about that, what are the column I'm going to add, you will get understand why. And then color as well. Okay, so each of the category will add the icon and color along with the name. And I think that's all. And last important thing, we need to add the budget. Okay, so we'll say assign budget for each of the category. Okay, we will give option to the user. So here as well I'm gonna add a varchar. Oh, we can actually add numeric, okay, because this is the number. And then if everything is look good, you can save it. Now you can make the primary column, what are the primary column you want. Okay, and let's save this one. Now obviously, even though you created the particular column, and if you think that you want to add some few more columns, or you want to remove the columns, you can do it. Okay, now once you add this one, right now it's empty. Now you have option to add a row from here. Okay, so let's add a one sample row. So I will add some time here. I will say category name like living room. Okay, I want to create a budget for the living room. Then created by, so here I'm gonna add some email address, okay, which is the same email address which we added. The icon I will keep it empty for now, and assign budget, let's add $5,000, and let's save this one, and boom. Now if you see, the budget get assigned here and everything look good to me. Now if I go back to our application, right, where we want to use this Supabase now and to fetch the data, correct? Now for example, let's say you want to go in index.jsx. Inside here we'll create a new method. So this is the handle logout method. Here we'll say constant get category list, like this. Okay, here we'll make async, boom. And now you might have question how to write or how to fetch data from the Supabase, right? It's very simple. Once you are in the particular table, you have option here called API docs. Click on that option and boom, you have bunch of different query that you can use it directly from here. Now if you see, you can even read a rows. If you go to the read a row, you have different query to read a row, right? For example, if you want to read all rows, or you want to fetch some specific column, these are the some example. Okay, or we can call it snippet, which is already given by this Supabase. Okay, so that's quite helpful. Now obviously what we want to do, we want to fetch the category which is belong to that particular user's email. So for that one, we want to use this particular query called with filtering. Okay, so we will fetch the data, and then with the help of this equal sign, we will fetch only the record which is belong to that particular email address. So what I will do, I will just copy this all this line up to this equal, or you can just copy this one as well. Okay, but let me show you one by one. So what I'm going to do, here I'm going to write constant data comma error is equal to await. Here we can access the Supabase client. Okay, or you can we already have the Supabase. Let's import that one. So we'll say import, and let me check the Supabase configuration. We can, okay, so it's called Supabase Supabase from, and then refer that particular file which is in the util slash Supabase config. Okay, now okay, now here you can access Supabase dot, I think this need to be, just a second, this need to be in this format. And then if you say Supabase dot, and here you have option from, okay, you have to give the table name. So in this case our table name is a category. Okay, so okay, these are the table names, see, okay, these are the table name. And then you have to write dot select method. Obviously we want to select the all these values, so inside this bracket you have to add star. And then last you can add the filter option. If you see, we have a lot of different filter option over here. Okay, you can select any one, but right now we want equal. And then on which column you want to add, the column name you want to provide. So in this case column name is created by, and then user's email address. Okay, so this user email address we can get it from the kind authentication service from the so here the example. So if you want to user information, you have to write constant user is equal to await client dot client dot get user details. Okay, and then it will give users information. So here I will just use user dot email. Okay, perfect, and let's save this one. Now obviously this method we're gonna call it inside the use effect, and then save it. Now we have one error. Let's see the error. What's the issue? So he's saying cannot read property of email of undefined. Okay, so it means this is not working somehow. Okay, so this error is came because here we did not need to wrap this one. And let's save this one. And now let's print this out as a data. So console.log, here we will say data comma data. Okay, let's save this one. And right now if you see, we are showing as empty. Okay, even though we have the data here. The reason is, if you see, it has some policy added. Okay, it means only authorized user is able to sign in. When we say authorize, it means the authorized to this particular authentication service. Okay, but we did not added the Supabase authentication, we added a kind authentication. So we need to remove this particular condition, or in Supabase it called policy. So here if you see, we have this option called add RLS policy. Click on it, and here you can create a new policy as well. Okay, so right now it's saying no policy added, but it has a low level security policy. Okay, you can create a new policy, click on get started quickly, and there is another option. Okay, let me close this one. Here you can disable this RLS as well. Okay, it's up to you, but it's better to create a new policy. Here you can add the enable read access to everyone, and then you can add the policy on your own. But let's disable this policy for now. Confirm it, and let's go to table editor in category. And if you see, this icon will look like this, but don't worry. Okay, and now let's go back to our application. Let's save this one, and boom, if you see, now we have the data which belong to the given user, and this is the user which will log in to this application, and then we got the data. Okay, so this is how simply we can fetch the data from the Supabase. Obviously there are a lot of things that we are going to learn regarding the Supabase, like how to insert the record, how to delete the record, how to update the record, how to upload the images or file on the Supabase storage as well. Okay, so all of this particular thing we are going to learn in this particular course, but this is the simplest example that I wanted to show you regarding how to set up the database and how we can read the data from the Supabase. Okay, the next thing we want to implement is the home screen. And for that home screen, if you see, we have some of the section. For example, this is the header section, then we have the chart section, okay, the budget chart section, and the last is top spending. Okay, so this will be a list of categories with the budget and all of these things. Okay, so obviously we will implement one by one. So this information, okay, so this information we gonna show it directly from the kind database, kind authentication service, right? Because we already have the information about the users who log into our application. So let's do that one. So let it go to our application, and inside here let me close all of this tab. Okay, and as I say, we need to divide in our screen into a different components. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to create a folder inside the root directory, and we can call it as a components. Inside this component, I'm going to create a new file called header.jsx. Add the default template and save it. Now inside our home screen, which is the index.jsx, here let's go here, let's clean this out first and add our header. Okay, and save it. And if you see right now, the text called header is showing on the screen. Now here I'm gonna add some styling. So here I'm gonna give padding of 20, and then I'm gonna change the background color to our colors. I don't know, we need to add a color here. Let's add import the color. So import colors from utils/colors, and then we can just add the colors over here. So colors dot and primary. Okay, and along with that, I'm gonna give height for now up to 150. Okay, let's save this one. So now let's go back to header, and first thing we need to get the user's information. So constant, here I'm gonna say user. Obviously we need to store in one state actually. Okay, so better we can define constant get user data is equal to async, like this. Okay, and let's define a state as well. So constant user comma set user is equal to use state, and then you can get the user is equal to await client dot get user details. Okay, and then using set user, you can set the value of the user like this. Okay, now you have to call this get user data inside the use effect. So when this component get load, this get user will get execute like this. Okay, now let me clean this out, and the first thing we need to show the user profile image. So here you need to provide source, and now here we are displaying the data from the URL, actual URL. So you have to define inside the curly braces, you have to add URI, and then you have to provide the URL. So in this case it's user dot picture. Okay, I will put it as an optional, and then you have to add a styling. So style, you're gonna add width of let's add a width of maybe 40. Okay, or maybe add a 50, and then height of 50. Okay, and let's save this one, and if you see how beautifully it's showing, right? I will just make the border radius as 99, so I want at a circular form. After that one, I'm gonna add one view. Okay, one view, and inside that I'm gonna add another view, and here I'm gonna add a text. Okay, which will say welcome. Then we'll add another text for the username. So here user dot given underscore name, and you will see the user's name. Okay, you can, if you want to add a full name, you can add that one. Now for this text, I'm gonna add a style. Here we'll say color will be colors dot white, and font I'm gonna change to font size to 16. Same thing I'm gonna add it here as well. So we'll say colors dot white. The font size in this case I'm gonna change to 20, and also we'll make font weight as a bold. Okay, now let's bring this in one line. So for this view, I'm gonna add a style. Here I'm gonna add a display as a flex. The flex direction will be the row, so it will become in one line. Then I will give a gap of 8, and then make sure to align item in center, so vertically it will be in the center. Okay, Perfect. Next, we need to add some notification bell icon button. So that's the reason I added this to view. So here you can add the icon. So if I go here, go to some icons, the Expo icons. Here you just search for the notification. um, Most probably I will select the INI icon. So let's filter this out, and here I will select this simple icon, INI icon. Okay, so import this state component first like this, and then use this component like this. Here I will change color to white, save this one, and boom, this is how it looks, right? Let's bring everything in one line. So for this one as well, I'm going to give some style, display as a oops, flex, the flex direction to be row, align item to be in the center like this, and here we'll say justify content space between. So if you see it doesn't work, right? Here you can give the width maybe 85%. Now it went to right hand side. See, okay, now your header section is pretty much completed. Now obviously you can add more styling and more changes into this one. It's up to you how you want to style the data. Okay, here I'm just write use to get user data. I hope you understand how beautifully and simplest way we design this header. Now it's time to add the chart for in our application. Okay, this particular section we need to add. So if you see this particular chart called a donut chart, and obviously depends on the number of category, we're gonna show different kind of color schema for this one. Okay, and for that one we are going to use one library called React Native pie chart. So if you see, this is the coolest library I found on the internet, which has this donut kind of structure which we require. Okay, and it's very easy to use it. So copy this particular install command, go to your project, and here just paste it inside the terminal, so it will get installed. And then once it installed, right, here you will find that how to use it. Okay, so here you need to give the series of the color, the slice color, the width and height, and a lot of different things. So first thing, let's add this pie chart. Okay, because we want donut pie chart, so here you need to add the cover radius and the cover fill as well. So copy this pie chart, and for the pie chart I'm going to create a new component inside this component folder, and I will call it as a I will call circular chart.jsx. Now add the default template. Let's save this one, and then after this text inside the view, I'm gonna add this pie chart. Make sure to import this pie chart, and then inside this index.jsx, here you have to add the this component called circular chart. So circular chart, let's save this one. So if you see that just text is showing, but that's fine. Now we have a circular chart here, we added this one. Now let's add width and height. So I will add a constant called width and height, and here I'm gonna add width and height for this one as a 150. Okay, then I'm gonna define constant one state for the series. Okay, I'm calling it as a values. So values comma set values is equal to use state. So initial I'm giving value as a 1 inside the array. Okay, and then I'm gonna add the slice color comma set slice color is equal to use state, and for this one the default color I'm gonna add from the colors dot gray as a default color. Okay, obviously we're gonna change it later on once we have this actual data. Now here I'm going to change this series to values because we changed this one, and you have to make sure that this need to be in the array in the form of array only. Okay, this all this value, I think that's enough. Okay, and the cover radius is fine. Let's save this one and let's see how it looks on the screen. And boom, if you see, this is how it looks. I'm gonna change this cover radius to maybe 35. Oh, we want bigger actually, so this width need to be smaller. Let's see, 75. I think 65 is better. Okay, now if you see, we have this beautiful donut, but let's give some style. So for this view, I'm gonna add a style. Here I'm gonna add external styling, okay, because it will be little clear on the on while in coding as well. So let's add external styling. Make sure to import style sheet, and over here let's add a class name container, and let's attach that one. So let's select for styles dot container. And here I'm gonna add a margin top to 20. Then I'm gonna add background color from the colors dot white. Then I'm going to add a padding of 20. The border radius I'm going to add 15, and then elevation to 1. See, something like this. So beautiful, right? Now let's change the font of the size of this one. So add a style. We'll add a font size of 20, and I'm gonna add margin, not margin bottom, but I think that's all I wanted. Here I'm going to change this to total estimate. Okay, and initially I'm just adding the $0 like this. And for this view, I'm gonna add some style. We'll add a margin top to 10. Okay, perfect. This particular text I'm gonna add again in text inside text, and I will just make sure to make the value or the currency value as bold. So font weight to be bold. See, like this. And then on the right hand side, as I say, we need to show the list of category which we want to show it here. But as user initially login at very first time on the screen, obviously he did not add any value or anything, right? So that's the reason we added as a gray color the estimated value as 0. And here I need to add the color and the name, which kind of again empty or null. Okay, so after this pie chart, I'm gonna add one more view. Okay, and here we'll simply add a dot icon. So from here I will say blank. I want to, or empty, I don't know, call circle. I want black color, just dot kind of thing. Okay, oh, so I found this material community checkbox blank circle. I will copy this import statement. Let's import it here. And then I want this component, so I will copy this component. I will add it here. Okay, right now it's showing black color, but obviously I'm going to change this to we'll say colors dot gray color, something like this. See, it's matching, right? And then I'm going to add a text, and it will say NA. Okay, the value. Then let's give some style. We'll say display as a flex. Then we'll give flex direction as a row, gap of 2, maybe 5, align item to be in the center. Okay, and now we want on the right hand side. So for this one, I'm going to add display as a flex, or let's make this I think let's create a sub container. So I will say sub container as a new class, and let's attach that class over here. Styles dot sub container. Add this add this property over here, and along with that one I'm gonna add flex direction as a row. Perfect. And I'm gonna give gap of 20, or maybe give 40, and then I'm gonna add I think that's enough. We want perfect. And now if you see, okay, nothing is there, right? It's look empty, but that's how we want to show. Once we have the actual data, then we can show it here. Okay, but obviously once we have the actual data on the screen, because we added some um, dummy data in the category, okay, this is not what we want to fetch it right now, but as I say, we'll fetch it once we have the list of category where user added some information in the database. Then it will show the actual data, and then we will update this circular chart again. But I hope you understand how beautifully and easily we implemented this circular chart called toner chart. And next, obviously, we will give the option over here to add a category, a new category, and in that one we will add a lot of different functionality. Okay, so let's see you in the next section. Before moving forward to the next section, here we will gonna change or update our application font. Right now it's just a simple font, and we want to update with our own custom font. So for that one, we are going to use this Google font. Okay, so whatever the font you like it, you can just download it. For example, in this case, I want to use this font called Outfit, and click on this one, and then you can just click get font, and then you can download the zip file. Once you download the zip file, let's go to your the download section, and then let me search for the outfit font. Okay, once you open the folder, inside the static you can select the font which you want. For example, let's select the regular, then I will select the bold one, and then the medium one. Copy this font, and then let's go to the assets folder. Open this asset folder inside the Finder or Explorer, and inside this folder we'll create a new folder, and we can call it as a fonts. Let's paste this all the fonts which you copied. Okay, then this is the Expo font documentation, where if you want to use any font inside the Expo application, you have to install this particular command. So copy this command, paste it in your terminal. Oh, my bad, over here. And then once it installed, right, as we are using Expo router, and if you see in the font, right, if you scroll down little bit, this is the simplest way that you can use the font. Okay, you have to import this use font statement, and then you have to use it like this. Okay, so what I'm going to do, I will copy this name, fonts loaded and font error, and let's go to this parent underscore layout.jsx. Inside here, I'm gonna add a constant is equal to use font. Okay, so let's import this statement. I will paste it here. So use fonts, and inside that font you can define the font which you want to use. So in this case, if you see this example, you can give whatever the name you want, and then you can refer that particular font from the assets folder. So let's do that. So here I will say outfit, then I'm gonna add require, and here you have to define, or you have to give the path. So in this case is assets folder slash fonts slash the name of the font. So the first one I will copy this regular one, so I will rename so that I can copy this text, and .ttf, you have to give the extension as well. Okay, so this is the first font I added. Now you can add the many more font as depends on your requirement. Here I will say medium, here again medium, and then the last is bold. So outfit bold, and here I will also add outfit bold, and save it, and that's all. Now you can you are ready to use the font. So now in order to use the font, for example, let's go to this header, and inside this we have this inside this component called header, and if I go to this particular text called welcome, here I'm gonna add font family and just say outfit and save it, and boom, if you see this font get changed immediately. Okay, now in this case if you want to use bold font, right, obviously you cannot use the font weight for that one, but you can add the font family, and here you can say outfit bold and then save it, and boom, see, because we already referred the bold correspond to this outfit bold.ttf file. Okay, so this is how you can change. Let's change for this total estimate. So if I go to this circular chart, and over here can add the font family, and let's say outfit. Okay, and same thing I'm gonna do for this bold as well. So here instead of bold, I'm gonna add outfit bold and save it, and boom, it's changed. Okay, so this is how you can add your own custom Google font for the application, and now you can use it throughout the application whenever you need it. Once user click on this button, right, that is button we need to add on the home screen, then it will open a new model, and where user can add the category name, the total budget. Also you can select the icon and the color as well. Okay, and obviously we completed this budget part, but here we need to add new category page. Okay, and once all the details are filled, then we need to store that in our Supabase database. So let's go back to our application, sorry, in project, and let me decrease this size. So here we need to add a button at the right hand bottom side. So let's go to our home screen, which is this index.jsx, and inside here after this circular chart, maybe what I'm going to do, I'm going to wrap this in one view. Okay, so I'll wrap this on one view, and then I will just move this margin top over here, and we'll make flex as a 1, and then inside this div I'm gonna add a view, and inside that let's add an icon, the plus icon. Okay, so let's get that icon, say plus, select the one, I think let's select the proper one. So I will add this one. So copy this import statement, paste it here, and then copy this component as well, and then we'll paste it inside this view, and then save it. Okay, and if you see at that here, you will see this plus. Now let's change this size. So I will change this size to maybe let's say 54, and then we need at the bottom. Okay, so what we can do for this particular view, add a style, and we'll add external style for this one. So we'll add button container, and let's attach to it. And then for this one, the first thing we need to add is position. So we'll add the position as absolute. Okay, so we'll see at the right hand side. Then we'll add a bottom to 16, and then at the right hand side we want, so write 16 like this. See, okay, and then we'll change the background color. So background color to our primary color of our application, colors dot primary, and then save it. Oh, not this one, actually we want to give for the icon. So I will change this to icon, something like this. Okay, you can change this size maybe 64, yeah, little bit bigger. Okay, and now on that button click, we want to open a model. So in order to add a model, right, let's add a new screen for that one. So inside the app folder, I'm gonna add a new screen, and we can call it as a add new category. Okay, .jsx is kind of new screen. Okay, add the default template. Here I'm gonna replace this name, add new category, and now as we want this as a model, right, inside this underscore layout, which is our parent layout, here we have stack. Right here we can define new screen called stack.screen. Then the name is the file name which you want to assign. So add new category. Oops, like this, and over here I'm gonna add options, inside the option we have one property called presentation, and inside this presentation you will see different option. Now here we will select the model, okay, and then save it. Now your stack screen is ready. Let's go to index.js, and here instead of view I will change this to link so that we can jump. So let's add a link over here as well. Make sure to import this link. I don't know, yeah, it's there. And then we'll add a hrefs, okay, and then we'll give the path. So in this case the path is simple, add new category, okay, and then save it. And if I click on this button now, if you see, the add new category text is showing. It's going behind this line, but let's go inside here and let's add a style, margin top to 20, and boom, see, okay, perfect. So obviously also you can add a couple of more thing, right? So here if you see, we added the screen option here shown as a false, okay, so also it's hiding for this tag screen as well, okay, but let's header shown and make it true. I don't know whether this will work, and if you see, yeah, it works, okay. Then here I'm gonna give the title, header title as a add new category, see, okay. If I click back, it automatically go back on the home screen. So cool, right? You don't need to add any functionality for that one. So once we add the header will take care of going back if you want to go back on this back button click. Next, now let's implement the add new category section. So let's go to the add new category. Let's click here, and over here we're gonna implement the screen. So add a padding of 20 as well. Let me remove this one, and here the first thing, let's add one view. Inside this view I will add a text input, okay, from the React Native. For this text input, let's add a style, and I will add an external styling for this one. Here I'm gonna say the icon input. Let's attach that one. Make sure to import the style sheet. Perfect. And now let's give some styling. So here I will say text align into the center. Then we'll change the font size to 30. Let's save this one. So right now if you see, nothing is getting display on the screen, right? But what we are going to, we will define one state which will hold the icon, okay. Here we'll say selected icon, set selected icon is equal to use state, okay. And here you can give the default value. For example, I will say tu, okay, which is the default value you can give, or say ic, okay. And this value you can give it to our text input, okay. You can define here like this as well. So slash, and inside this text input you can give the value selected icon, see, something like this, okay. And now we'll wrap this or style this one. So here we will say background color, okay. This background color also we're gonna give option to user to select the color. So here I will say selected color comma set selected color is equal to use state, and here by default I'm gonna give color, from the colors, I don't know, we need to import this color from utils / colors, and then let's import the colors dot, we can add a primary color by default. So and then here we'll add the back selected color, that's right, okay, selected color. Okay, so we cannot apply from here, okay, so we'll keep this and we'll directly apply over here. So here we'll say color background color will be selected color, okay, and let's see, perfect, okay. Next here we're gonna add a, let's for this one because we want a circle type, right? So add a style, and here I'm gonna add a justify content to be in the center, the align item to be in the center. Let's see how it looks. Perfect. And then for this one I'm gonna add a padding of 20, the border radius I'm gonna add a 99. This is how it looks. And then I will have padding horizontal to be 25. Maybe we can add 27. Perfect, like this. Okay, and then the most important is color. So color will change to colors dot white. Okay, initially it will show a white color. Okay, and you can add SC like this maybe. Okay, and one more important thing we need to do for the text input, user can add only maximum 2 characters. So maximum length here you can define 2. Okay, now here is the magic. So if I click on this one, right, keyboard will open. Now instead of this icon you can also add your emoji as well. Okay, and these are our icon basically. So if I want to add this heart icon, see, and now obviously this heart icon we are going to store. Okay, and this is our icon throughout the application, means throughout the application it means for that particular category. Okay, now next we want to add a color picker. Okay, so I will create a new component file for that one. So go to the components. Here I'm going to add a color picker.jsx so that we can use it in other files as well when we require. And then add a color picker component over here. So after this view I will add a color picker. Okay, and for the color picker what we can do, go to the utils files, go to the colors, and here I'm gonna create one array. Here I will say color list, and here I'm gonna add a list. Okay, so what are the color we want? So for example I want this blue color. Okay, so let's add this one. I need to be a single quote like this. I will just paste it, couple of them. I will add 5 colors. Okay, so user can select up to 5 colors. Then we'll add a blue, purple, green. Oh, we added blue, we added green, we added purple. Okay, let's add a red and then orange. Okay, and save it. Now we have the color list. Perfect. Now what we can do, inside this one, let's go to this color list. Let me remove this one, and here we'll add a touch view. Oh sorry, first we need to map this one. Okay, so we want to iterate this colors list. So from the colors, say color list dot map. Here I'm going to say color dot index like this, and then inside this one I'm going to add a view, and inside this view, for this view actually we want to add a height and width. So first thing we want to add is a height. So height is of 30, width is of 30. Okay, then the main important thing, we need to add a background color. So background color is nothing but the color which we are rendering, right, or iterating. So that color, see, you got the color list, see, beautifully, correct. Now as we are getting warning, so add a key as an index here. Then after that we'll do the border radius as a 99, so it will be in the circular form. Then for this view I'm gonna add a display as a flex because we want it in a horizontal way, and we'll add a flex direction as a row, see, like this. Okay, then we'll add a gap of 20, and then we'll also add a margin top to 10, something like this. And as it's not in center, so let's go to the add new category. I will put this color picker inside this view like this. See, now it is in the center. Now let me give margin top more, maybe 20. Okay, now it has an option to select the color. Now here is thing, right, when you just click on any of this icon, right, we have to make this as a default color. Okay, So we'll change this view to touchable opacity, and same for this one as well. Let's save this one, and from this add new category, right, we will pass this default or selected color to this color picker. So here we'll say selected color as selected color. Okay, here we will accept it as a selected color. Let's save this one, let's save this one, and then here by default we need to add a selected color, but we need to show which color is selected, the default one, right? So I will wrap this in a square bracket, see, like this, because we want to add some dynamic value. And then here we'll say selected color is matches with the color. Okay, and we'll put and operation, and then what we're gonna do, we're gonna add a border width of 4, something like this. Okay, so I don't know, selected color matches with the color. Oh, now you see it's came out. Okay, now this is the default color that user selected, okay, which is a kind of purple color, correct? Well, let me go to this, because here I define this purple color, and inside the color picker, now on the click of this particular color, we're gonna add one event. So on press event, for this one we will say set selected color, and then we pass that color. Okay, and then this particular method will pass back to our parent component inside this add new category. Okay, and now once this set selected color get triggered, here will be the color, and then we will set the actual selected color as a color. Okay, don't be confusion, this selected color is coming from this color picker, and whatever the value is coming from this method, we will set it to our selected color state and then save it. Now if I color selected green, boom, see, if I select the red, you will see the red, orange, blue, right? How beautifully we change. Not only this one, but as I say, we can change this value as well. Now for this text input, right, we did not add or what do you say, did not save the value of the user text input. So it's very easy, add on change text event. Here it will return the value, whatever the value user entered, and then set selected icon for that as a value, and then save it. Now if I change this to some icon, something like this, see, now you can change the background color of this one, and boom, and now that particular section about selecting the icon and color is ready. Now the next thing, we need to add the text input to add a category name and the budget. So let's add that one now. So here after this view, here I will just say add category name and total budget section. Okay, and over here I'm gonna add one view. Oops, inside this view I want to add, okay, I want to add a icon and then text input, right? So let's get an icon. So here we'll say category, or we'll say label. Let's say in any icon we have label or not. We don't have any labels, so we'll use this local offer material icons. Okay, so I will copy this one, and then I will copy this component as well. Like this, and after that I will simply add a text input like this. Okay, the placeholder I'm going to add category name and save it. Okay, something like this. Obviously it's not look good. Let's add a styling to this one. So inside this, after this input, we'll add a input view, and over for this input view, the first thing we need to add is a border. Let's add a border of 1. It's need to give width actually. Okay, and let's attach this particular style to this view. Okay, so for this view we need to add, so styles dot input view. See, okay, now here let's say display as a flex, the flex direction as a row, the gap of 2. See, now it's in one line. Let's say padding of maybe 14. Say border radius to be 10. Then border color, I'm gonna add a colors dot gray, and also add a background color colors dot white. See, like this. Okay, make sure to align the item in the center. So vertically it will be in the center. I will give more gap here like this. Okay, and that's look good to me. Now let's do margin top as well. So margin top to 10, maybe let's give 20. Perfect. Now I'm gonna change little bit on here. So for this text input, okay, make sure to give width to be 100%. Okay, otherwise only this particular text you can add it. Okay, now here if you, even though if you click here, the keyboard will open to write it. Okay, and for this material icon, I'm gonna change this color, that colors dot gray, something like this. See, okay, and here I'm also gonna change this font size. So fonts in style only, we need to add a font size. Maybe let's say 20, 17, and now this is good. Now same thing we need to add for another input, which is our budget. So let's add one view, and here I'm gonna change this to total budget. So how many budget for this particular category, and here I'm going to change this sign to dollar. Let's search for a dollar sign, and it's a material icon. Let's say material dollar. I don't know, there are no dollar in material icon. Wow. So we have some dollar sign, but I think this look much better. Or let's say this the foundation one. Okay, so copy this one. Let's add this import statement, and then I'll copy this component as well, and let's paste it over here. Let's change this color to colors gray, and then size will keep as it is. Okay, I will change this size to maybe 34. Oh, so this budget icon is little smaller, and that's not look good to me. I will change it, and here I change this one. Now here if you see, for total budget or this amount should be in the number form. Okay, so there is no point to give this kind of keyboard. So you can change the keyboard as well. Here if I say the keyboard type, and here you have option, for example ASCII capable, decimal, default, email address, and lot of things. Here we want the numeric, so just add numeric, and boom, you got the numeric number keypad. Here you can add the floating point as well and everything. Okay, perfect, that's look good to me. Now the last thing we need to add is a button. So we'll add one button. So here I'm gonna add one view, or let's add a touchable opacity, because that's what we needed. And inside that, let's add a text. Oops, let's add a text. Let's say create. Okay, and for that button I'm gonna add a class called button. Let's assign that one. So here let's say styles dot button, and then let's give some value to this one. So here I'm gonna add for button, right? So it's little, yeah, so add a background color as colors dot primary. Then I'm going to give padding of 15. The border radius, let's give 15. Let's give 10, or maybe 99 is much better. Yeah. Then let's say margin top to 20, and then I think that's look good to me. So for this text, let's add a style. Let's say text aligned to be in the center. Then font size will change to 20, maybe this 60. I will change this color to colors dot white, and that's look good, perfect. And now button is ready. If you see, it's clickable. Okay, now what you have to do, let's create a two more state here to hold the category value and the budget value. So here we add a constant category name comma set category name is equal to use state. Okay, initially nothing will be there, and then the total budget, say set total budget, and for this text input I'm gonna add on change text value, say set category name as value. Okay, and same thing I'm gonna do for this budget as well. Okay, so here I will say set budget, perfect. Now for this touchable opacity, if the right now if you see, if you don't have value selected, right, it's still pressable. So what you can do here, you can add a condition disable. If you say disable, now it's not pressable. Okay, but you can add a condition if the category name is not there and the total budget is not there, then disable it. And if you see right now it disable. If I add a category some value, still it is disabled. Oh, still it's showing. So here we need to add another condition. So here we need to change this and to or save this one. And now if you add a but, if you see now it's not pressable, but as soon as you add a budget, now it's a pressable, and now you have an option to create it. Okay, perfect. Now the most important part is to save this data. So I'm gonna add one method called constant on create category. Okay, so this will be async. Oh, sorry. And here I'm going to write constant data, which you want to save, constant data, and you have to make sure that your data will be saved in a proper format, or maybe in the form of column name only. Okay, so for that one, let me comment this code and let's go to our Supabase. Okay, so right now if you see, we do only have the category section, okay, where we want to store this data. So if you see, for the category name, we need to store inside this name column created by, which is email address, icon, color, and so on. Okay, so similar way we need to store the data. Let's remove this one for now, and let's write constant, or let's go to this API to understand how you can insert row. If you see, if you go to the insert row, and if you want to add a multiple row, so this is how you can add it. Okay, but let's do by ourselves. So constant, we say data comma error is equal to await Supabase. So Supabase. Okay, so we need to add a Supabase import Supabase from our utils file. So utils slash Supabase config, and here we will say Supabase dot, here we'll need to say insert. Okay, let me see how it is. Okay, wait, okay, from and then insert. Okay, so it need to be a from first. So Supabase dot from, here you need to give the table name, which is the category, dot, you have to add an insert statement, and then you have to add all the value here. Okay, so first name is category name, which is the name, then the total budget. Okay, so see the column name for the total budget. So he's saying assign budget. Okay, so copy this one. I'll say assign budget. Oh, assign budget, which is the total budget. Then icon will be the selected icon, and then color will be the selected color. Okay, and one more important thing, email, the user's email address. Okay, which is we have created by column. Okay, obviously we need to get user email from constant user is equal to await, and then here we need to say client Okay, so this client we need to import again. So import client from utils slash kind config, right? Kind config. And now once we have the client dot get user details, and from this in this user we have the user email address, user dot email. Okay, and everything is done. Let me check the API doc that everything is good. Now you can add the select dot select to get the inserted record. Okay, here we'll just say dot select. Okay, and once we can check if we have the data. Okay, and here also we will console the data just to check that we are getting the data. So once we have the data, we can show the toast message, toast android dot show. Here we'll say category created and toast android dot short. Okay, so it will show the toast message, and this will work only on Android, because in Android only we can show the toast message. Now everything will look good. So on create category we will add on the press of this on create button. So on press of this button we'll add on create category and then save it. Okay, now let's select this color. I want to change this icon to some beautiful emoji, right? So let's add some emoji icon. I don't know. Okay, let's add this pine watermelon icon. I'm going to change this color to this blue. We'll say living room maybe. Okay, not living room, but let's say bedroom budget. Okay, I want to design the bedroom. So how many budget I want to assign? I want to assign 3000. Okay, let's click on create, and okay, nothing is happened. Let's see the console. So right now if you see we have one error. Okay, so this is the different error. Okay, really, so we are getting null over here. Okay, so the issue is let me check the API doc once. So this is the insert row. Okay, so here if you see we missed this one. Okay, we need to wrap it inside this square bracket like this. Okay, and now let's take this out. So let's now click create. Still we don't have any response. Wow, let me go back to our application. Let's refresh this one once. Make sure that data is not inserted. This is the default one. I will delete this one because we don't need it. Okay, so one thing I found that we did the spell mistake over here. Okay, so this need to be assigned budget. Okay, make as I said, right, you have to make sure that column name should match. Okay, now let's test this out. So we have everything set up. Let's click create, and if you see here we got the toast message that category created. Let's see the data, and boom, if you see now the data is ready and we have the category. Wow, that's beautiful. Okay, so I hope understand how we beautifully created the category. Now you can select another one. We'll say kitchen. Okay, here we'll say budget maybe 8000, and here we can select some different icon. For example, let's select this icon, remove it, and here I will say chef, maybe see this kitchen icon. Okay, let's change this color to something like orange. Okay, let's put it green. Let's click create, and here if you see immediately it's showing kitchen as well. Okay, I hope you understand. Next we'll learn how we can, once you create, how can we navigate to the new screen, and then on the home screen we need to show the category list. Now we are going to implement the category list section for the home screen. So if you see, right, in the last section we added this particular add new section screen where user can add the new category along with the budget icon and all, right? All of this information we're gonna show on the home screen as well. Okay, so once user add this in any new category, it will display on the home screen. So let's go back to our application, and let me close all of these tabs, and inside this component folder I'm going to create a new component, and it will call category list.jsx. Now here add the default template. Let's save this one and then make sure to add that inside our home screen. So as you know that this is our circular chart, the icon which we are showing here. So inside this view I'm gonna add category list like this and then save it. See, and the category list is showing on the screen. Perfect. Now let's go back to Supabase. Okay, and there are one more table that we are going to add, which will hold the value for our items which we are going to add inside our category. Like for example, this is our category name called living room, and inside that we have this name or item called sofa or TV unit, right? These are the category item we can call. So obviously category item will connect with this category as well. So let's create a new table, and I'm going to give a name called category items. Description I will keep as it is. Okay, so let's add some column. Obviously there are two column, the default column which is id and created at. Let's add another column for name, which is our category item name of type varchar. Then here we can add the URL. Okay, so URL will be again varchar. Then we need to add a the cost. Okay, so for a cost I'm gonna add a numeric. Okay, then after that we will add the icon. Okay, and for icon I'm gonna add a varchar, and if there is any image, right, then that image, but also I will add the color as well for now, because later on we can change this one. Okay, and the last one is we can add a note, which is again we can add a type of text. Okay, and for icon might be image as well. Okay, so we can store icon or image, okay, over here. And then we need to refer this to a category id. So here I'm gonna add a name category id, and obviously this category id is of type we'll say is of type int, but here we need to add a foreign key. Okay, so here we need to select a schema which is public, and then the reference table which is the category. Here I'm gonna select the category id, and here we can select to what will the primary key and reference key combination, right? So this is how we added. Let's save this one, and if you see, this foreign key is get added. This is very important. This will actually connect our category items with the category, okay, by providing the category id. And now let's save this one. So we have basically total added 9 columns. Okay, and if you see, we have all this information. Perfect. Now if you want to add a new row, right, you can add the information, but here if you see the category id, you can select the record from the existing category. Okay, but for now I will keep empty, because we did not implemented any logic or any feature that added the category item. We are going to implement that one later on. So first, now what we need to do is to fetch the category list along with the category item. That is very important. Okay, so while demoing I just fetch the category list, right? So this one I'm going to modify. So here, in order to fetch the category items as well, right, obviously you can refer the documents from here. So let's go to the category, and yeah, one more important thing for this category item, let's disable this RLS so that you can do the read and write operation. Now for this category item, if you go to category table, if I go to this API doc, here you have option called read rows, and here you will see the option called read reference table, where you can read the reference table as well. Okay, so it's very easy. Let me show you how to do it. So once you want all the data from this category, and then you want the data here, I think comma, right? Oh yeah, that's correct. So comma, and then you can give the name of the table, which is category item. Okay, and from that category item you can select the column which you want. So in this case I want to fetch all the columns, so that's the reason I am writing star. Okay, so it will fetch all the column from the category item. Okay, then the equal, which is obviously as it is that we want from the email address, and then we'll get the data. Now obviously we need to store that this data in one state. So here we'll define one state called category list comma set category list is equal to use state. Now let's go here and let's say set category list will be the data. Okay, and now let's save this one. Now if you see over here we have the data, and if you see right now we are also getting category item, but it's empty because we don't have any data inside the category item. Perfect, that is working fine. Now whatever the category list we are setting right in a state, that category list we need to pass to this category list component. So let's pass this in. Okay, so that inside the category list, that what we are going to implement here, right? So we will accept it here, category list, and save it. Now first thing, let's give a text, and here I will say latest update, latest budget, something like this. Say let's save this one. Obviously I'm gonna use some style. We'll add a margin top to 20. For this one I'm gonna add a style. We'll say a font family of outfit bold, then font size will change to 20. See, okay. And now after that one I'm gonna add one view. Inside this view we will iterate this category list. So category list dot map, here we'll say category comma index, and inside that I'm gonna add a view. So for this view I'm gonna add a key index. Okay, now first thing we need to add the icon. Okay, so which is obviously category icon. So inside the view we'll add a text, and inside this text we're gonna add a category dot icon. Okay, and if you see we're showing these two different icons. Okay, obviously we'll change the size. So here let's add a style externally. So icon text, I will say let's attach the style over here, styles dot icon text, and make sure to import the style sheet as well. This is very important, otherwise the style will not get applied. Perfect. Next let's change the size. So here I'm going to say font size of 20, maybe let's say 25. Okay, then we'll say background color is colors of south. So in this case we want to give the background color, whatever the background color which we saved it right already. So we will do it that from the text here. Okay, so what you can do, you can add this condition. Okay, and then you can add a background color, colors, category dot color, category dot color. See, okay, perfect. Now here I'm gonna give padding of 10, then border radius of 15, and that's look little smaller, so we can change this size. Let's make it 15. Okay, now obviously the width is a complete width, right? So here you can add a style, or here I'm gonna add style, but here we'll say icon container. Okay, let's attach this style to this view, and over here we'll say justify content in center, and align item we'll say baseline. See, okay, so cool. Now for this particular view, which is our main container, so here as well I'm gonna add a container as a style, and for this one I'm gonna just say margin bottom to 10. Perfect. Now obviously we can change the size and all. Okay, so I think it's better to change the size, so maybe 35 I will say. Perfect, I think so. And padding I'm gonna say 16. Perfect. Now we need to add a category name. So after this view I'm gonna add a view. Inside that I will add a text, and inside this text we'll say category dot name. Okay, after that I'm gonna add one more text to show the category items, how many items we added in that particular category, right? So that we can get it from category dot category items dot length. Okay, make it optional. If the data is not there, it will not fail. See, okay, it's showing 00, and after that I will just say items, and it's showing items. Perfect. And after that I want to show a total amount on the right hand side, right? So I'm gonna wrap this in one view. And after this one I'm gonna add one text, and we just simply say, for example, $500. Okay, this is dummy I'm adding. So I don't know why this error is came. Oh, so because of this one. Perfect. Now we have this all the information. Now let's bring everything in one line first. So for this container I'm gonna add display as a flex and flex direction as a row. Then I'm gonna add a gap of 7, align item to be in the center. Maybe we can add a gap more like this. Perfect. Then for this text, right, let's add category text and one for the item count. Let's attach this both of this particular styling. So styles dot category text and another styles dot item count. Okay, so for this category text I'm gonna add a font size, or let's add a font family first. Outfit bold. Font size we can add a 20, maybe add a 17, and let's 20 is much better. Okay, but if you think this and this is matching, so for this latest budget I'm gonna change to 25, and then obviously I'm gonna give margin bottom to 10. Perfect. And now we have the bedroom, we have the kitchen written. Then for this item count I'm gonna add font family, so you'll say outfit. Then let's say how it looks. I think that's much better. Now this 500 I want to show on the right hand side. So for this view I'm gonna add a style. Here we'll say display, or let's add style, external styling for that one. So here we'll say sub container. Let's attach that sub container over here, and then let's add that styling. So here we'll say display as a flex, then flex direction as a row. Okay, I have the emulator is turned off suddenly. Let's wait for to restart it. Okay, now our emulator resume open, running perfectly fine. Now yeah, once we add the flex direction row, this is how it looks, right? Then let's add align item to be in the center. Okay, then we need to add justify content space between, and here obviously we need to define some width. So let's define width in percentage, so 70%. The reason that I'm giving 70% because we already have width assigned to this one, right? So this is kind of little trick to add this one. Now this width 70% is based on the screen size. Okay, so you will say okay, if the screen size is bigger, still it will show at this place. No, depends on the screen size, it will change. Now for this particular count, let's add a style. Here I'm gonna add as a style. We'll say total amount text. Let's attach this text over here. So we'll say styles dot total amount text, and then here we'll just say font family as outfit bold, and we'll change the font size to 20. Instead of 20, let's make little smaller. Perfect, something like this. See? Okay. And if you think you want more space, you can add it. Now this is a simply, but one more thing we can update is to add a background color. So if I say colors dot white colors, okay, we need to import the color. Oh, the color is already there. So colors dot white can add it. Okay, but we can add a padding of 10, and then we can add a border radius of 15. See, okay, and see how beautifully we are showing the list of category. Okay, now once you click on this category, we want to navigate to a new page called category detail page. So let's go to this app folder, and inside the app folder I'm going to create a new file called category detail.jsx. Add the default template. Let's save this one, and obviously we'll change this name to category detail, or maybe okay, anything is fine, and let's save this one. Perfect, now it's working fine. Now one more important thing I want to tell you here, if I pull this down, right, it's supposed to refresh it, right, and that refresh method we can add it. So if I go to this category index.js, which is our home page, right, we can wrap this particular view, maybe this particular header. After header, so after header we can wrap this one in one view, or let's try to wrap this scroll view inside the scroll view. So let's add a scroll view from the React Native. So scroll view give you the enablement of the scrolling. Okay, so you can do the vertical scroll, and you have to add the scroll view if you want to give the scrolling ability to your application. And I will just wrap this view like this. Okay, let's save this one, and if you see, this is where thing is happening, because we added this view and we give the height of 150. So just I will put this view like this. Okay, and for this header I will put this header over here, and now looks good. Okay, now obviously the circular chart and category list I will wrap inside one view. Don't be confused, guys. If you feel okay something is confusing, let me know in the comment section. Now once we have this view, let's give some style to this view as well. So I will add a padding of 20. Okay, now everything is similar, but now you can move this at the top. So you can just say margin top, and let's give margin in the minus. See, something like this. Let's give 75, and that's how it works perfectly fine now. Okay, nothing get changed. Now for this scroll view, you can give option to pull to refresh kind of feature, where you can just pull down and then it will get refreshed. And now for this scroll view, we're gonna add one method called active. Its name is active refresh something, refresh control, and inside that we need to add a component called active activity indicator. Maybe let me check. Okay, so it has a component called refresh controller. Okay, now this need to be a single bracket only, and inside this refresh controller it will take a two property. One is on refresh, and make sure to import this refresh controller. Let me check, we import it. Okay, so we need to import this refresh controller from the React Native. Okay, so from the React Native, and then it will take two main property. One is the on refresh, So when it going to on the refresh, what you act or what action you want to take. So in this case I want to call this get category list. So here we just call get category list, and then there is another property called refreshing. Here we need to provide a boolean value whether it's a refreshing or not. So for that one we can define one state constant. We'll say loading comma set loading is equal to use state and make it false. So what it will do, it will hold the value whether the data is fetching or it is in the process or not. So when the get category list is called, we'll say set loading as a true, and once we have the data, here we'll say loading as a false. So here I'm gonna add data and operator. So once the data is there, then we'll make it false, and here we'll just simply pass the loading and then save it. Now if I pull to refresh it, okay, see the refresh window is coming up, right? And now that time this get category list get called. Okay, now let's try to add a new category. So for example, I want to add new category. I will change some symbol to some other one. So let's take this one, okay, and here I'm gonna say beach travel, and I'm going to change this color to this green. Let's say total budget of 1500. Let's click on create. Okay, so right now on this create, obviously we want to navigate to the new screen. Okay, but if I go back for now, if you see nothing get updated, but if pull to do the pull to refresh, and boom, the beach travel, the new category get added. It means our pull to refresh is working as expected. Now obviously we're gonna update this chart later on, okay, once we have the actual implementation of the category items. But now next thing what we need to do, once user click on any of this item, we want to navigate to the new screen. So for that one, let's add a new screen. So inside the app folder, okay, we already added this category detail screen. Okay, so we want to navigate to this screen. Okay, so let's go to this category, not category but this category list. Okay, and where we have this item called view. So we'll add on press event. So I will change this to touchable opacity from the React Native. Make sure to import from the React Native, and then here we add on press event. Okay, here I will say on category click. Okay, and here I'm going to pass the category object as it is. So here I'm going to create a new method called constant on category click, like this. Okay, now as I say, we want to navigate to the new screen. So for that one, as we are programmatically navigating from one screen to other, we have to use the router. So you need to import this router from the use router, from Expo router actually. Okay, and then here you need to define router dot push, and inside this push you need to, in this case you need to pass the parameter. Okay, but along with that then you have to provide the path name. So in this case the path name is category details. Make sure that name is correct. So category details, right? Oh, it's just a detail. And then the parameter, what are the parameter you want to pass. So here I'm going to pass category ID, so that we will get it from the category. So here obviously we pass the category. Okay, see this category we pass, and from this category we will fetch the ID only and then save it. Okay, now let's click on any item, and boom, it's jumped to this new page called category detail. Okay, if you go back, click on the other item, and it's going perfect. And now inside this category detail screen, right, you can get the parameter value. Okay, so that is very important to get whatever the value we are passing from the on the click event, right, that parameter value we need to fetch it here. Okay, so in order to get that, you have to write constant, we will destructure it, the category ID is equal to use local search params, and this particular hook we are going to use and is importing from the Expo router. and then save it. Okay, if you want to print this out, let's write use effect. Here I'm gonna execute this use effect. Whenever the category ID get changed, I will just console it with the category ID. Okay. Let's save this one and let's go jump to the console. And if you see in the console it's showing 4. Let's click on other one. So if I click on this beach travel, you will see the ID is 6 now. Okay, perfect. Now one more last important thing. So whenever we create any new category, right, immediately that we need to navigate to the category detail page. It means on this particular page. Okay, so let's go to this add new category section where we have the on create category method. Okay, that we are calling on the on create button, right? So once we have the data, we'll just add the router and we will push it. Okay, so make sure we have the router here. So let's add a router is equal to use router, and in this case instead of push we're gonna use a replace. So replace will actually replace the current navigation window. It means once you click back, it will not going back on this category new also on this page, it will back to the home screen. Okay, now inside this again we need to show we want to pass parameters. So I have to define path name slash category detail and then params as category. It need to be a category ID, and after that one you need to pass the ID. So that ID you will get it from the data 0.id, because once we add the data, right, once we insert the data, it will return the array of object. Okay, and obviously once we add only one data, only for one element will get it here, and that will be the first element. Okay, and from the first element we need to get the ID. So this is very important. Let's save this one and let's test this out. So let's select some information. I will keep this IC as it is. Let's add a category name called testing. We'll add a budget of 999 and let's click create, and boom, it jumped to the category detail page, and you will see the new ID inside this console log with a 7. Okay, it means that is also working. So I hope you understand this basic implementation, how we added the category and how we able to display it on the screen for the particular user. Next we want to design the category detail page. Okay, if you see similar like this one, obviously we will see in detail in the next section, and then we will give option to add a category item inside this category list. Now we are going to implement the category detail section. When user click on any of this category, right, it's jumping to this category detail page, and where we want to implement this category detail screen. So basically as you know that once you open the category or any new category is created, right, we are going to this particular category screen. Okay, and over here if you see, this is how we are gonna show. Okay, it has a living room. Okay, let me increase this. Sorry, it has a category name, the number of items, and then we're going to show the progress bar which showing the total budget and how much budget you already spent, kind of thing. Okay, and then the list of item over there. Okay, so let's go back to our application, and over here let's go to this course detail. As you know that in the last section only or last chapter, we already implemented this category ID. With the help of this category ID, we are going to fetch the category information, okay, from the Supabase. So I'm gonna create a new method here, and you can call it as a get category detail, and we'll make this async. Let's save this one, and here we need to write constant constant data comma error is equal to await, and here we'll call Supabase dot from, and in this case we will get it from the category. Okay, after that one we'll say dot select. So what are the information we want to select, that information we'll select it. And then obviously we also gonna select the category items. Okay, so this is how you can write all the item from the category. And obviously we need to write a condition equal to, and inside that we just need to write a condition with the id, because we are only going to fetch only that specific id information. So in this case we don't need to pass the email address, because we know that this particular category is belong to that user only. And then once we have this category, let's call this inside the use effect. So whenever we have this category id, we will call the get category details. Now let's print it out. So let's say console.log cat, I will say, and then data. Let's save this one, and boom, if you see, we got this category information. Okay, that's look good to me. Now next thing what we need to do is to save this in one state. So we'll define one state called constant. Here we're gonna say constant we'll say category comma set category is equal to use state, or we'll say category data. That's little meaningful. Okay, and now here we'll just set category data. And if you see this one, right, it will be in the array. Okay, so obviously we are only fetching one element, so obviously we need to get the first element. So in order to get the first element, you have to write data of 0. Okay, I will remove this console, we don't need for now, and then save it. Perfect. Now on the home screen, first thing I want to add is the back button, right? So first let's add a style over here. Oops. So for this one I'm gonna add a style. We'll say padding of 20, and also I'm gonna give margin top to 20. And for the back button, I'm gonna use our icon called icons Expo. Here just add a back. I'm gonna filter with this Ioni icon, and this back button I'm going to use it. So here let's import the statement first, and then copy this component and then paste it here like this, and then save it. And if you see on the screen, it's showing. Let's increase this size maybe 44, and that's look good to me. Perfect. You can change the color. I will keep as it is for now. Then next we want to add a user information. So here I'm gonna add a view. Inside this view, let's add the image and icon, right? Oh sorry, background color and the icon. So the first deal, I will add a text, and I will again wrap this in one view. Okay, and just wrap it here like this. And then inside the text, I'm gonna call category data dot icon. Okay, and if you see, this icon is showing, obviously it's small. Let's add a style, and here I'm gonna add external styling. Let's say RNA style. Here I'm gonna say text icon. Make sure to import the style sheet, and here I'm gonna say font size of 20, and then I'm gonna add, let's do one thing. Okay, because as we are implementing in category detail screen, it's better to create a component and then we'll put this all of this information. Okay, so I will copy this view from here. Okay, and inside the component folder, I'm going to create a new folder, and we can call it as a course details. So all the component related to course detail screen we will keep in this particular folder. And here I will say course info.jsx, add the default template, and then just paste this code whatever we copied. Right here, obviously what we are going to do, we are going to accept category data. Okay, so we have this category data. Let me clean this out, make sure to it's working as expected, and make sure to import this course info, and then pass this category data as a category data. Okay, so we just created new component, so just to make it a little clear. Okay, and let's save this one and save this one as well. And obviously I will move the style sheet, from course detail page to this course info page like this. Okay, make sure to import this style sheet. Perfect. And now let's attach this styles dot text icon. Okay, and now let's add font size, maybe let's add 25. Okay, then for this view let's add a styles dot we'll say text as an icon container, we'll say icon container, and here we'll say justify content to center. Obviously for this one I'm gonna add a background. Okay, obviously background color will be added from this category because we already have the background color which we are storing in the database. So let's wrap this in a square bracket, and here we'll add a background color from the category data dot color. See, like this. Okay, after this one we want to add align item to be baseline. See, something like this. And for this text icon now we'll add a padding of 20, then add a border radius to be 15, and then I think that's enough, I think. Okay, obviously I'm going to give margin to this one, so let's add a style margin top to 20. Perfect. Okay, now on the right hand side we want to give the name of the category. So after this view, okay, we already have this view, right? Okay, next I'm gonna add a new view called text. Sorry, a new view actually. And then inside the text I'm gonna add category data dot name. See, and one more for the length of the category items. So category items dot length, and we'll say item. Okay, so okay, so it's saying category. Okay, yeah, obviously we have to refer from the category data like this. Let's go to this one, and if you see right now it's 0 item, that's fine. We will add some dummy data, okay, just to make sure to display here later on. But now once we have this bedroom and 0 item, let's put in on the right hand side. But before that I want to add one more important thing, which is icon for the delete this particular category. So for the delete, let's go here and search for the trash icon. So this is the trash icon I'm going to use. So here I'm gonna use this component and make sure to import this component as well. Okay, and if I save this one, this is how it looks. Now let's bring in everything in one line. So let me give some formatting, and here for this style I'm gonna add a container, the main container. Okay, and let's attach that container over here, styles dot container, and then only I'm gonna add a margin top here to 20. Then I'm gonna add display as a flex, then flex direction as a row, and then justify content, we'll say space between. Okay, so this is how it looks. For this particular information, let's add a style. Let's try to mark it as a flex as a 1. Perfect. Okay, and obviously I'm going to give margin left to 20. Perfect. Okay, now let's do align item to be in the center, something like this. And here we have the delete option as well. Okay, now for this category name and category length, let's create a class name for that one. Here I'm gonna say category name, and one for the category item text. Let's attach that one. So styles dot category, we'll say category name, and here styles is equal to styles dot category item text. Now let's add some styling. So here I'm gonna add a font family, which is outfit bold. We'll change the font size to 24 maybe, yeah. And then I think that's all I wanted. And for this category item text, I'm gonna add a font family of outfit. And let's see how it looks. I think that's enough. Okay, let's little bit change the height, so font size of 16. Perfect. So here, this is how you can display. Okay, for this icon I'm going to change this color to, let's say, red. Okay, so red color if you want to delete the particular record. Okay, obviously we will implement that later on. Next thing, we want to add a progress bar. Okay, so let's wrap this in one view, because below that only we need to add a progress bar. Okay, and here we'll say progress bar, and below that one let's add view. Oops. And inside this view I'm gonna add a two text. Okay, one for the, it will say the total amount. Okay, for example, let's say $500. Okay, and then we have the assigned budget as well. Okay, so that we're gonna add, we'll say total budget. And then here I'm gonna add a category data, category data dot assign budget. Okay, and this is how text will display. So obviously for this text I'm gonna add a container for it. So let's say amount container, I will call it, and let's attach that container to this particular view, styles dot amount container. And here inside that I will just say display as a flex, justify content space between, and obviously we need to make flex direction as a row. Okay, and let's give margin top to 10, maybe let's give 15. Okay, now obviously for this text I will add a style over here only, because I would just want to add one property called font family, and we'll say outfit. And same thing I'm gonna add it here as well. Okay, perfect. And the next thing we need to add is a progress bar. So in order to add progress bar, right, it's very simple, just add a view. Then for that view let's give some style. Okay, so let's add a progress bar, we'll say progress bar main container. Okay, and let's attach this progress bar container to this particular view. And then for this one, the couple of things we need to do. First is give the width, so width will be 100%. Then we want to give height, so height will be 10. And then let's give background color, which is from the colors dot gray. And if I save this one, see, this is how progress bar will look like. Okay, if I want to change the height, you can change the height. And then let's add a border radius of 99 and save it. See, okay, let's give margin top to 7. Okay, now for the progress, actual progress, right, you can add one more view to this one like this. And for this one let's give some style. Okay, so I'm going to add an external style for this one. We'll say progress bar sub container. Okay, and this progress bar sub container, you can add it here, and we'll say width. Okay, so now this time the width will be depends on the calculation. Okay, obviously right now for the example purpose I'm gonna add width, for example let's say 40%. Okay, then background color is important, so here I'm gonna add a background color is primary color. Okay, and obviously we'll make a border radius of 99 and let's save it. And okay, something is not right. Okay, let me, okay, let's, we forgot to give height, so height of 15, and boom. And if you see how beautifully the progress bar is looking, right? So this is how we're gonna add the progress bar. Obviously this amount we will calculate, and depends on that one we're gonna add the progress for this particular budget. So now what we can do, we can add some dummy data inside the category item, and then we'll connect it in one of the this particular record. So let's go here and add inside a row. Okay, so if you see it, the category id right here, you can select the row and select the which, for which category you want to connect. So for example, let's say kitchen. Okay, so we'll connect to this particular kitchen. Then just want to confirm one that we have the kitchen information over here. Okay, so yeah, we do have the kitchen, so I will open the kitchen. And then if I go back, let's add information. So let's add created date just now. The name will say cabinets. Okay, here URL, you can add the URL. So I added the URL. Then cost, we can add some cost, for example $8,000. The icon, if you want to add icon, okay, then you can add icon. Now what we are going to do, if the image, because we have the okay, we need to add an option called image. Okay, if the image is there, then obviously we will not show the icon and color, but if image is not there, then we'll add the icon or color over here. Okay, so right now we'll keep this blank, and here note, in note we'll say nothing, and let's save this one. Just I forgot to add one new column, and we'll add that column, and we can call it as an image. The type, I'm gonna add type of text, and I think that's all. Let's save this one. You can add the default, okay, default image as well, if you don't want to add any image, right? So default image, you can add it here, and I'm gonna add default image if the image is not there. Okay, and I think that's all, and let's save this one. Okay, so it's up to you whether you want to add the icon and all. Okay, but just we'll keep this little simplest way. Okay, so we obviously we forgot to column name. Okay, yeah, let's add an image, and let's save this one. And now if you see, we have the default image which is already there. Okay, now you can obviously change this image something else, but I will keep right now as it is. And obviously we added the cost as well. Okay, now if I go back to our application, and let's go here. Okay, let's refresh it once, and if you see, for the kitchen, now it's showing one item. Okay, now if I click on this one here, it will show the one item. Now let's calculate this total, and along with that we're gonna change this progress bar with the actual percentage. Okay, so for that one, I'm gonna add one method called constant calculate total percentage, I will say, and this particular method will calculate the total percentage. So now we need to calculate the total cost and the percentage from this category items information. Okay, so only this total we need to calculate. For example, in this case, this total is 5,000, so kind of thing. Okay, so here I'm gonna add let's say total cost is equal to 0. Okay, and I'll just say total, because I want to define one state. We'll say total cost comma set total cost is equal to use state. Okay, and then we'll write a method called category data dot category items dot for each, and inside that we'll say item, and inside this item we'll say total is equal to total plus item dot cost. Okay, because this each item has the field called cost, and which has the actual cost, right? And I think that's good. Now we have the total information, total cost. Let's console this total comma total, and let's see in the console, but make sure to call this method inside the use effect. So inside the use effect, we'll call this particular method. Okay, we'll call this method whenever we have this category data. Okay, and then let's save this one, and if I go here and if you save, now we have the total 8,000, which is quite weird. Let me check in the budget planner, right? How much cost we added. Okay, we added 8,000, that's why it's showing 8,000. Let's add, for example, 2,000. Okay, because for this category also we have the 8,000 budget, so it's a little bit confusing. But now if I go back, let's refresh this one, let's go to the item, and now if you see, we have the total 2,000. Perfect. Now let's save this in one state, so we'll call it as a set total cost and then call total. And obviously we need to define it. Instead of this hard-coded 500, we'll say total cost, and let's save this one. Obviously we need to mark with a dollar and save it. If you want to make this a bold, you can add the outfit bold here. Okay, like this. And now if you see, we have 2,000. Perfect. Now we need to call calculate the percentage. Okay, so in order to calculate the percentage, it's very easy. So we'll say constant percentage is equal to, now percentage will be the part, means the total, divided by the this budget. Okay, assigned budget. So we'll say category data dot assign budget. Oh, sorry, assigned budget. Okay, and then we have to multiply with by into 100. Okay, and then it will give the percentage. Let's console this percentage as well. Let's save this one, and if you see, right now it's showing 25%, which is correct. Yeah. And then this percentage we're gonna add it as our width for the inner container. Okay, so here I'm gonna wrap this in a curly braces, and then I'm gonna add the width will be the percentage. Okay, I think we did not save in one state, right? Let's create a new state. We'll call it as a percentage total. Yeah, I'm gonna say percentage total. Initially will be 0. We'll say set percentage total. Okay, and then set this value, set percentage total, and then just add it here, percentage total plus, and then obviously it needs to be a percentage, so percentage. And if you see, the progress bar is changed immediately to that particular percentage, and that's good. Now for example, if I change this to, for example, let's say 400 for this category item. Okay, because only we have right now, we only have one category. Okay, let's try to create a new category. So I don't know whether we can copy this one, existing one, but you can create a new one. I don't want to create a new one, we'll create it later on. Let's update this to 400. Let's go back to our application. Let's go back. We forgot to add a back button actually. Okay, and let's click on kitchen, and boom, now it's showing the 50% of 400. And if you see, it's completely in the middle of this particular progress bar. It means our logic is working. Now only thing that we forgot on this screen is to update this back button. So let's go to this category details page where we have this icon. Wrap this icon in touchable opacity, because this need to be a clickable, or we can go back as well. So inside this, let's do using the programmatical way, and here we need to define router. So constant router is equal to use router, and this user router is importing from the Expo router. And then for this touchable also opacity, we'll add on press, and here we'll just say router dot we have just back, right, this back method, and let's save it. And let's, if I don't know why this, oh wow, we actually deleted the icon from here. Interesting. Let me do undo for all of them. Yeah, now let me paste this code because I already copied. And then you have to add this icon inside this touchable opacity. Make sure, because I did the undo, so I will add the router again, and I think we are good. Let's save this one, and if I click on back button, see, it's going back. If I open anything others and go back, it's going back. Okay, and if you see the progress bar now, it's not completely filled because obviously for this one the item is, we don't have any item, that's why the total cost is 0 and everything. Okay, I hope you understand how we beautifully implemented this particular course information section on a course detail screen. Now obviously there are a lot of things that we need to implement. Now obviously we need to add the list of the category items. Now as we know that we implemented this section, we need to add this item listed, which is the list of the items. Okay, so let's go back to our VS Code, and here inside this course details folder under this component, I'm going to create a new file and you can call it as a course item list.jsx. Add the default template. Let's save this one, and obviously it will accept the category data. So I will add the category data here, and then you have to add this inside our course detail screen. So add this component course item list and make sure to pass the category data as category data. Okay, now save this one and let's go back to category item list. So over here, the first thing I want to add this item list, we'll say, and obviously we'll give some styling. So add a style, and I'm going to add external styling. Here we'll say container. Oh, we added outside, and make sure to import the style sheet, and then let's attach this particular class. Now for this one, I'm going to add margin top to 20. Perfect. Then we'll say, let's add a heading as a class name for the text. We'll say styles dot heading, and for this heading I'm going to add a font family of outfit bold, then font size of 20, like this. See, okay, and that's look good to me. Now let's iterate the list of items from the category. So for that one, let's add a view just to make it clear, and here inside that the category data dot category category items dot map. Okay, here we'll add item index like this. Let's add a view. Okay, and for this view I'm gonna add an index, and let's save this one. Okay, now inside the view, first thing I want to show the image. So let's add an image from the React Native. Obviously this image we are fetching from the URL. So here you need to define URI and then item dot image. Okay, obviously here we need to give a width and height. Okay, let's add a style for that one. So styles dot image, and let's add the style inside our style sheet. Okay, let's save this one, and let's add a width. So let's add a width of maybe 100, height of 100, and boom, if you see the particular image is showing on the screen. If you think that this particular text because I just feel that this particular icon is little smaller, so inside the course info, right, where we have this category icon, right, text icon, here I'm going to change this to maybe 35, little bigger, and that's now look good to me. And let's go back to our course list. Here I'm going to change this to maybe 70, like this. Okay, now I'm going to add a border radius to 15, and perfect. For this particular view we need to add a container, or not this one. Okay, yeah, let's add this one style. We just add a margin top to 20, maybe say 15. Now if I go back to this particular view, let's, after this image, let's add another view, and inside this one let's add a text which will be the item name. Okay, And then obviously the second thing, I want to show the URL. Okay, if user want to add something to note it down, right? So come some kind of URL where you want to purchase the item from, he can add that one. So let's save this one as well. Okay, and the last thing, we want to add the amount. So here will be simple text, and here we'll say we'll add item dot cost. Okay, now for this particular view, okay, we'll call it as a item container. So let's add a style. We'll say styles dot item container. Let's add this particular class inside our style sheet, and oops, yeah, and here I'm gonna add a display as a flex, then flex direction as a row, and then justify content is, we'll say space between, because we have 3 items, right? Like this. Now for this particular view, which is our information view, here I'm going to add a flex of 1. Okay, so that we have some space for this cost, and along with that I'm going to add a margin left to 10. Okay, perfect. See how beautiful it's looking. Now for this text, let's add a style. Let's add a font size of 20, and then let's add a font. Okay, let's add a external styling, be better actually. Styles dot name. Okay, we'll say just a name. The font size, then we want to add the font family, which is outfit bold, and that's good. Now for the URL, let's add for the URL as well. Attach this URL to this particular style dot URL, and here I'm just simply saying font family of outfit, like this. Okay, and then over here I'm gonna add a color, color to colors dot gray. Okay, so it's very light actually. Let me get it some dark one, and now it's look good. Okay, you can make it darker if you want. And the last is for the cost. So for the cost as well, let's attach the style. So styles dot cost, and here I'm gonna add a font size of 20. Font family will say outfit bold, like this. Okay, and as this is a dollar, so I'm going to add a dollar here. And for this particular view, right, we'll just say align item to be in the center. Okay, if you think that size is little bigger, let's make it 16, maybe let's say 17, and here I'm going to add a margin left to 10. Perfect. And now if you see, we have the beautiful cabinets that with the image and the amount. Now if you think that image is little smaller, let's make it 80 or 90, and here as well 90. Okay, now this particular item looks good. Now also we want to add a horizontal line. Okay, so in order to add a horizontal line, let's wrap this in an empty tag, and here I will just add a view. Okay, and for this view I'm going to add a style. We'll say border width of 0.5. okay, and then obviously we'll add a margin top to 7, maybe 10, and then border color to colors dot gray. See, and this is how the line will look like. Now if the item is the last one, okay, if this is last item, then we don't want to show this border. So here you can add that condition. If item dot length, we can say not item, that's we need to add this one. So category data dot category items dot length -1 is equal to index. Then we don't want to show, otherwise we can show. So we can add condition like this with the AND operator and then close the tab. Let's save this one and boom. If you see, as this is the last item, we don't want to show the horizontal line, and that's how it works. So it's look good to me, and everything, if you see, is ready. Okay, obviously if you go back to any other other item which don't have item, it's showing blank, right? So here you can add some message that okay, you don't have any item, and you have option to add the data. So for example, in this case, I will calculate the length. If length is greater than 0, then show the list. Otherwise, I'm gonna add a condition here like this. Otherwise, show the text message, and we'll say no item found, some kind of message. See, obviously we'll make this we'll add a style. So let's add an external style. We'll say no item text. Let's attach this style, and we'll here I'm gonna add a font family of outfit bold. Font size I'm gonna add 25, and main thing is to change the colors dot gray. See, like this. So right now no item found. If I go back to kitchen, so if you see in the kitchen it's showing the error near the length, so make sure to add this optional field. Let's go now, and if you see, now the error is gone, and now everything's look good to me. Okay, so until this point, if you have any question, any doubt, let me know in the comment section. In this section, we are going to add an option to add a new items inside the category. So if you see right now, we have this category detail page where we are showing this category information along with this category items. And here, if you see on the whiteboard, right, from the eraser, here I am going to create a new model, okay, which have option to upload the image. Then we are gonna add some fields to add some information, and on the click of save, obviously we are going to save the data. Here is thing, right, in order to cover a lot of part from this Supabase, right, we are adding this image upload feature where we're gonna add a image inside our storage. Okay, so this is our storage where we are gonna add the or upload the image. So let's go back and let's create an option like this to one button where user can click on it, and then we will open the model. So right now we are in the category detail page, and over here I'm gonna add a one touchable opacity actually. So to this touchable opacity, inside that one I want to add a icon, the plus icon. So from this icons library, I'm going to use this icon, copy this component. I don't know whether we added an icon. Yeah, we already have. I will paste it here, and let's save this one. And if you see, this icon is showing here. Now let's increase the size, maybe make it 54, or maybe let's do 60. And we want at the bottom, right? So for this particular view, I'm gonna make it flex 1. Okay, and then for this touchable opacity, let's add a style, and I'm gonna add the external styles. So let's add styles dot, and we can give name floating button. That may be a style, so obviously we need to add a external style sheet. And then okay, let me bring this down. Let's import this style sheet. I think we already have. And then here I'm gonna add floating button as a class name. Here I'm gonna add a position to be absolute. Okay, and then obviously we want at the bottom, so let's add a bottom 16, and then we want at the right hand side, so right 16. The 16 is just kind of margin. Okay, and if you see, our button is ready. You can change this button color. So for the color, I'm gonna update the color to our primary color. So colors dot primary, and this is how it looks. Perfect. Now on the click of that, obviously you want to open a new model. So create a new file for the model, and inside the app folder I am going to create a new page. Obviously once I create a new page, as you know that because we are using Expo router, it will automatically create a route for us. Here I'm gonna say add new category item, okay, .jsx, add the default template, and here obviously you need to rename this. So add new category item, like this, okay, and then save it. Now as we need to make this as a model, what I'm going to do, inside the underscore layout.jsx, let add a stack dot screen, okay. Here we will define the screen. So here give the name as add new category item, which is the same as a file name, and inside the options we will give presentation as a model, okay, and let's save it. Now if I go back to our this particular detail screen page where we need to add on click method on this button. So let's go to this category detail page, and here I'm gonna add on press event. So on press, right? So on the press of that, we need to, you can use this link, okay, instead of touchable opacity. Let's replace this with a link with the Expo router, okay. Make sure to save it. Okay, so obviously for the link we need to provide the h reference, and the h reference will be we need to add like this. So path name, path name we need to add. So path name will be the add new category item, as this is a route, so slash, like this, okay. And let's save this one. Make sure that we don't have any error. So I will open this one. See, if I click on this one, see, it's going to this new screen. Perfect. And then I'm gonna add the parameter. So in this case I want to send a value called category ID, right? Because when we save the data, right, we need to make sure that the particular category will save in that particular particular item will save in particular category, right? So that's the reason I'm passing this category ID. So that's category ID, we'll get it from category data dot id, as simple as that, and then save it. Now if I click on this button, right, you will see this model is opening. But for this model I want to have the header bar, okay. So similar, like if you go back and if you open this one, right, we here, if you see, we have this beautiful header. Similar way I want that header. So let's go back to our underscore layout. For this, if you see, right, for the stack we make the header shown as a false, but for this particular screen we can enable it, just saying header shown as true, okay. And now if I go back over here, you will see the header is opening. Now you can change this title as well. So here you can just say header title, and then you add new item, and boom, see, okay. Obviously you can change background color, it's up to you. After that, now it's time to add some fields on add new category item, okay. So over here, first thing I want to add one state called image comma set image is equal to use state, okay. And here I'm gonna add default value. So here I'm just write constant placeholder is equal to, and this particular image, okay, you can get it from the any Google image, okay. So this is just a kind of simple placeholder, and this placeholder I'm gonna keep it over as a default value for this image when there is no value for the image, okay. And let's save this one. Now over here, first thing, let's add an image tag, then source, okay. Inside that one, let's give the URI because we are using from the URL, and then provide the image like this, okay. Next, obviously we need to give height and width. Let's add a style. Make sure to add external style, and here I'm gonna import the style sheet, and we'll say image. And for style as well, we're gonna add styles dot image. Let's attach that one, and let's give width. So here I'm gonna give width of 150, height of 150, okay. And if you see, this image is showing on the screen, If you want to add background, you can add background color dot, maybe you can get gray. Okay, something like this. Obviously for this particular view, let's add a view and let's give padding of 20. Okay, and then I'm gonna add a border radius of maybe 15. Perfect. After that one, we want to add a field. Okay, so here I will add a view because I want to add a text input along with the icon. So I will add a text input from the React Native. Let's add a placeholder, and here I'm gonna add, for example, name. Okay, or item name, will say item name, and if you see, it's showing. Now along with that one, we want to add icon. So let's go to icon, and here I will search label, or maybe I don't know what is called. Okay, so I will use this tag. So copy this import statement first, and then we'll copy this component as well, and then let's paste it here. Okay, and then save it. Now let's apply some style. So here I'm gonna add a style. It says styles dot text input container. Let's copy this one, and let's add class over here. So here I'm gonna add a padding of 10. Then I'm gonna add a border width of 1. Let's save this one, and this is how it looks. Obviously we'll make a display as a flex direction as a row. Then we'll add a gap of 5 and align item to be in the center. See, like this. Let's add gap of 10, and some more style. For example, border radius of 10, border color of colors dot gray. Okay, and obviously we'll do margin top. So margin top to 10. See, okay. Obviously for this one as well, it's showing black. Here I'm going to change to colors dot gray. Perfect. Now this item is ready. If you think that you want to change this text size, you can do that. Let's do that as well. So style, and here I'm going to just add styles dot input. And for this one, let's add a font size of maybe 70 pixel, little bigger. Okay, that's look good to me. Now obviously we want for a couple of them, so I will make it, paste it here. So one for the item name, one for the item price, or just will say cost. Then let's see the mockup. Okay, that will be good. The URL and the node. The next is the URL, and the last is node, like this. Okay, and if you see, some more items should get added here. If you think number of lines, you can add the number of lines. For example, let's 3 for the node, and if you see, this is how it looks. Now if you think that you want to change this sign, obviously we'll change this one. So let's update that one as well. So here I'm gonna say, so here if you see, I updated the icon. Okay, so I just paused the video and I updated this icon only. Now the last thing we need to add is a button. So here I'm gonna add a touchable opacity. Okay, like this, and inside that I'm gonna put a text, and here we'll say just add. Obviously here I'm going to use style. Let's say styles dot button. For the button we need to add a class name, so let's add that one. And here I'm gonna add a padding of 20. Then background color, which is colors dot primary. And if you see, okay, let me, oh, what happened? Okay, now we are good. And here obviously I'm going to use a rounded, sorry, border radius to be 99. okay, and let's do margin top to 25, something like this, see, okay. And then we'll make text align in the center, so obviously that we need to give to this text, so let's add it here only. So style text align to be in the center, and then font size to, or let's say font family, we'll say outfit bold, and then color, I'm gonna add a colors dot white, like this, okay, perfect. And if you see, we have this beautiful add button. If you think that padding is little more, let's decrease this padding to 70. And once user click on this image, right, we need to open the library to pick the image, so that's we need to implement now. So obviously, and for each of the item we need to create the state as well. So first thing, let's implement on pick image, so constant on image pick, like this, and save it. Obviously for that one you need to go to this Expo and image picker, just type image picker, okay. So you will find this library called Expo install image picker, okay, that is from the Expo only. So copy this one, go to your project, inside the terminal, just paste it here like this. And then if I scroll a little bit down, here you can add the plugin, okay. I don't know whether it's important or not, but let's try without that one. And in order to add the code, here is a simple code, okay. So just copy this one, and inside this image picker I will paste it here, just make this as a async. And then you have to make sure to import this image picker library, okay. So copy this one and paste it here. And now if you see, we already have this set image, so that's good. Then we have result and everything look good to me. Let's save this one. And then over here we need to, first thing we need to do is to add on press event, and we will attach to this on image pick library. So here I'm gonna add a touchable opacity on press event, like this, and then I'll wrap this inside this touchable opacity, okay, and then save it. Now if I click on this one, right, if you see, it's opened the library to pick the image and photo. Right now I don't have a photo, but I will pause the video, I will add download some photo so that we can pick it. So now I added some of the images. So now if let's go to this add new category again, click on this image and select the image. For example, let's select this chair, and here you have option to crop this one, okay. Now if you don't want that particular aspect, right, you can just remove this line of code called aspect. Let's save this one, and now let's go back again to pick the new image. So let's add this image, and now you have fully control on how you want to add the image, right. So right now if I select all of these, let's crop it, and boom, the image gets selected, okay. Now here one important change we want to add, we want to add a base64 as one property and make this true, because so that it will return the base64 image, okay. That image we are gonna store inside our Supabase. So through the base64 we're gonna store it, okay. And in order to get the base64, here you just need to write base64, and let's save this one. Let's test this out with the base64 image. So let's select this particular image, crop it, and I don't know why it did not show up, but let's add a URI and let me try again. So open this image, let's open in image, crop this one, and boom, yeah, it's showing, okay. So make it URI, but while saving we will use the base64, that is important. So here if you see base64 is not working, okay. So what we can do, we can just make it constant preview image comma set preview image is equal to use state and the placeholder, okay. So what we are actually doing, we will store the preview image, which is our URI, and here I'm gonna add a set preview image like this, okay. And for actual image, which is the base 64, for that one I'm gonna add base 64. Okay, I just tested out and it's working, but I don't know why on the screen is not work. Okay, and over here we'll say preview image and save it. Now if I click on this one, let's test this out. So let's click it, let's open this one and let's crop it, let's save it. See, it's work. Okay, if you don't want editing option, you have option to delete it or make it false. Okay, so next time it will not ask you to delete it, and you can also change the quality of the image. Okay, right now it's a full quality, okay, high quality image. You can change to, for example, let's say 0.7. okay, and now it's little bad quality, you can say. Next thing, we need to store this all of this value. Okay, so simply we are going to use these states for each of them. So constant, let's say name comma set name is equal to use state, then the cost url, and the last is node. So here we'll say url, we'll say set url, then cost, say set cost, and node, let's say set node. Okay, let's save this one. For the cost input, right, we will change the input type, means the keyboard type. I'm gonna change this to a numeric. Okay, we'll say numeric pad. Also for this text input, I'm gonna add on change or on change text method, so which is return value, and then we'll simply set the name as a value. Okay, I will copy paste for all of them. Obviously we'll change the set name and here as well. So one is set name, here set cost. Oh, we added the cost as well, right? So it need to be a set cost. Okay, so set cost, then set link or set url, we are calling that, and then last is set node. Perfect. Okay, so all of this value we added, and let's save it. Now one last important thing we need to do, we have to disable this button until and unless we have the name and the cost, right? So here we'll just say disable, and we'll say if name value or and the cost value, that need to be there, right? And if you see, it's not pressable right now, but as soon as I put some value over here for a cost as well, I will put some value, and now this button is enabled. Okay, here if you see, right, if I try to click on this right hand side, it's not able to focus on this text input, right? So for that one, inside this input class, you have to write width to be 100%. Okay, now even though you can click here, see, it's work. Correct. Perfect. And if you see right now, the button is going behind this particular keyboard, and you cannot scroll this one, right? You have to close this button and then you have to click it, right? So to fix this issue, make this particular view as a scroll view. Okay, make sure to end the tag, and then once it is scroll view, wrap this scroll view inside the keyboard avoiding view. Okay, we make sure to import from this React Native, wrap the complete scroll view inside this one, and then save it. Now if I click on node, right, you can even scroll this one. See, now it's scrollable. Now you can add more option to add a button. Okay, everything is scrollable now. That's look good, right? Perfect. Now the next part is to upload the image first, right? Because here is a couple of things, right? First we have to upload the image. Once the image upload, we will get the name of the file, and then that particular file and the URL we will use to store inside our actual database. So let's go back to our Supabase, and inside the Supabase, let's go to the storage option. Okay, right now if you see, nothing is there. Here you have option call new bucket. Okay, so click on this one, and then you can give the bucket name, whatever the bucket name you want. So here I will simply say images, make it public bucket, and make it and click save. Okay, Now here obviously you have option to upload the image, right? So you can upload the image, whatever image you want. So let's upload this particular image, and once you upload it, right, you will see it here. Okay, and if you if you click on this get URL, you will get the actual URL, and if you paste it, you will see the result and the image which you uploaded. Okay, this particular URL we're gonna keep it as our inside our application, and only thing that is changed is this file name. Okay, that's pretty much trick that we are going to use. So let's go back to our application, and in order to upload the file, right, we have that particular library. Okay, this is the code that we are going to use, as we are using array buffer from base64 image, so we are going to use this line of code. Okay, it's quite simple. So let's go back to our application. If you want to copy, just copy this one, and over here we'll say constant on click add. Okay, I will paste this code. Obviously we have to make this method as async. Let's format this one properly. Now make sure to import this Supabase. Then Supabase has a storage and from. So inside this from you have to give the bucket name. So in this case is images. After that one, you need to give the file name, right? So file name need to be unique every time. If you try to upload the same name of the file, then it will give the error. So what I am going to do for that one, I'm going to write constant. We'll say file name is equal to date dot now. Okay, in actually what we are doing, we are we are getting the current timestamp, and obviously current timestamp will be different for every time, right? And this file name I will use it here. So we'll just say file name plus .png. Okay, what are the file extension? Then inside the decode, this is very important, right? This decode we need to import. So in order to import the decode, if you see, this is the import statement called base64 array buffer. So this library we need to install. Okay, so just copy this one, paste it here, and this particular npm package we need to install. So open it and copy this command, and inside your terminal just paste it to install like this. Okay, now it will install it, but in meantime here we need to store this base64 image which we store inside the image, right? So just image state. So I will just put it here like this. The content type will keep as it is, and here I will just console the result. So console file upload comma data, and on click add this method we're gonna call on this add button click. So here I'm gonna pay on press like this and save it. Okay, so that's everything is fine, I think. Okay, let's pick a image. Let's upload this image. Okay, if you see this image get uploaded, I am putting some random data because we did not import it or added any logic to this one, and I want to see the terminal as well. Click add, and okay, so it's saying file upload null, so it's not went through. Okay, let's print the error message. So here instead of data, along with that I'm put error. Okay, and now let's test this out. Let's click add. So it's saying unauthorized message, new row violates a low level security policy. Okay, so it has some policy issue. So for this one, what you need to do, I don't know policy. Okay, let's go to this policy, and inside the policy section you have option called other policy under storage bucket. Click on new policy, get started quickly. Here you need to add the read access to everyone, and I think insert access or user base, I don't know. Let's try this one, read access to everyone. Then click use this template, and here it's important to click on this all option. Okay, so it will do all the operations, everything keep as it is, and click review and then save policy. Okay, I think that's good. Now I think we attach the policy to this particular bucket. Now I want to test this out, so click add now. and boom, if you see, now file is uploaded, we got the data, and the file is inside this images slash and this file name. Okay, obviously this is timestamp and it will be unique every time. Okay, and this is the path. Now if I go back, okay, let's refresh the screen, and if you see, this image get uploaded, and this is the image which we uploaded from the get URL. If you paste here, see, the URL is here. Okay, perfect. Now very important thing, okay, copy this URL. Okay, and what we are going to do, let me go back here, and I will just add constant file URL is equal to, I will paste this URL, okay, inside the string format, and only thing that I'm going to change this file name. So whatever the file name, if you see in the path, right, we got this file name, right, that file name we will attach. So here I will just say if data, if there is some data, then for this file URL, obviously we'll format this URL, and from the data dot path of data dot path will get this particular file name. Okay, and that's include all, means the complete path of the file. Now obviously before moving forward, I will test this one. So let's console it, say file URL, let's save it, and let's test this out. So I will upload another file called this image and let's click add. And now if you see, we got this URL, copy this URL, let's paste it over here, click it, and boom, if you see, the image is there, because only the thing is changed is the file name. Everything will be constant throughout whenever we upload the file. Okay, and you will see the file here. If I refresh it, if you see here, right, okay, this one, you have the file. Perfect. Now we have the actual uploaded file URL as well. Now only thing that we need to do is to insert the record. So inside the data only, I'm gonna write here constant data comma error is equal to await, and here we'll say Supabase dot insert, dot select. Whether I make a mistake, let me check, or let me go back to our table editor. Here inside the category item we will need to add, right? So let's go to this API doc to insert a row, and okay, from, it's not select, it's a from, so we have to add a dot from the file name, the table name, which is the category items. I'll bring this down, then dot, we have to insert it, so insert statement, and this is the only one element, so brackets, and then inside that one we have to give the column name and the field name. Okay, so for the column name, I will just keep this aside. The first thing is name, will be the name, then cost will be the actual cost, then we have the URL will be the URL, make sure that you have the URL field, that's good. Then image field also we have, so we'll keep the image. So for the image, now we will put this URL, which is the file URL. Okay, and the last thing, okay, note also we will add, so note for the note, and the last thing is the category which is belong to that particular item. So for the category, so we'll say category underscore ID, and here we need to get the category ID, right, because we already sent it from the previous screen. So that we will get it using we'll just say constant category ID is equal to use search params, use local search params. Okay, so from this one we'll get the category ID as well, like this. Okay, now we have the category ID. Here we'll say select, so whatever the data we entered, it will get select, and here I will just write the data, we'll just print this data over here. Okay, let's save this one and let's take this out. So let's select this image, so let's select this image, I will say item cabinet, cost I will put 1500, the URL we'll put NA for now, note NA, and click add. So I don't know whether we added. Okay, wow, we got error. So let's open this warning kind of thing, and it's saying the cannot read a property path of undefined. So this particular data.path is not reading. Wow, it's showing this here, but don't know why it's not reading. So let me go back here. Okay, so one thing I make change here, I just put the whatever the file name we have from we are getting from this timestamp. I'm just putting that one instead of waiting to get the file name, because storage sometimes get some time to fetch the data, right? And then I just attach this extension called .png. Okay, and everything as it is. Also, one more thing I'm gonna do here, will show the Android toast message. Okay, with the console log will show and toast Android dot show. Here I'm going to add a new item added, and again toast Android dot short. Okay, and let's save this one. Now let's pick the image. Okay, so let's me pick this particular chair. Here I will say chair cost, I will put $600. URL I will put NA for now, note NA, and click add. If you see, the new item get added. Here as well in the console we got the response from this console log. If I go back to our database, you will see this new item get added called chair with the price 600 and the category ID which is attached, the image as well. Okay, now let me go back, because here is not get refresh. Okay, if I refresh here, you will see this two item. If I go back, you will see the pricing get changed, this progress bar get changed, and boom, we have this beautiful new item called chair get added. Here only thing that I want to do is to give margin from the top. So to this category item list, correct? So this is our, wait, let me, yeah, so item container. So this item container, I'm gonna add margin top to 10, something like this, see. Okay, and for the complete course detail screen, I'm gonna add a background white. So for this course detail screen, I'm gonna change this background colors to colors dot white, see. And over here also we're gonna change this color. So for add new category item, a little bit down over here, I'm gonna add background color will be colors dot white. Okay, and that's look beautiful. Now only one last important thing we need to do, as soon as the data get inserted, right, we're gonna redirect it to our category page. Okay, so here I'm gonna add router. So let me make sure to import the router here, constant router is equal to use router. Okay, and over here the similar thing that we already did it, right, on the click of category. So that is inside the category did not category detail, but I think category list page. So here if you see, we added this on press category create, yeah, this one as it is we want to add to our add new category. What it will do, it will go to this category detail page, and that we are passing this category information. Same thing we are going to do over here. Okay, we have the router, we are pushing to this category detail. Instead of push, I will put the replace, and the parameter will be this category ID. So we have already have the category ID that I'm going to pass. Let's save it and then test this out. Green cabinets, cost 15,000, URL NA for now, note NA, and click add. And I don't know, yeah, and if you see, boom, it gets redirect to this particular page, and you will see the data also get updated along with this progress bar and all. Okay, so that's all for this particular section. I hope you understand how beautifully we added this particular section where user can add the information. It get redirected to this page along with the refresh data. So so as you know that once we add the data, right, we are uploading the image and then we are storing our data. It will take some time to update or add the data inside the database. So for that one we need to show some kind of loading effect, okay, so that user can hold for a moment and then he can send. So for that one I'm going to add one state called constant loader, okay, which will hold the boolean value. Here we'll say loading comma set loading is equal to use state. Initial value I will keep it false, and then whenever user click when user click on this click to add, here we'll set the value set loading as a true, and then once we push the data everything is done, we set the loading value as a false, okay. And once we have this loading true and false, once we set up everything for this add button, right, let's go here and here we'll add the one option called loading. If loading is true, then disable this button, and along with that one I'm gonna add a condition. If there is a loading, okay, if loading is true, I'm going to add activity indicator. So here we'll say activity indicator. So this activity indicator is kind of loading effect, okay. I will show you in a moment. And here I'm gonna add a text if the loading is not true. So okay, let me get this. So loading is true, let's say null for now. Perfect. So let's add that one like this, okay, and then save it. Right now obviously loading is false, but just want to show you, I will make the loading true, and here if you see this is how the loading effect will show. Now obviously you can change the size and all of that loading indicator. If I go down here, you have option to change the size. You can add a size, for example large, right, you can add a large, and this is large will look like, but I will keep as it is simpler. And the color also you can add, so I will add a white color. Let's say how white color will look, say like this, okay. And obviously right now if you see it's disabled because the loading is true, and according to condition you are not able to update or click on this button, okay. But right now we'll just revert this one change and wanted to show you the demo, okay. Let's add an image. Let's add this image. Oops. We'll say green cabinets. Here I will add a cost of 500. URL I'll keep everything empty and click add, and if you see the loading effect, and as soon as you're done you are redirecting to this particular page where it's showing this cabinets and all, okay. Perfect. This is the one thing. Also same thing we need to add when we are going to add the category, right. While adding the category also we'll add that particular loading effect. So let's go to add new category. Here as well I will add that same kind of state called loading comma set loading is equal to use state, and obviously initially I will make it false, and when on a create category we'll say set loading to be true, and once the category is created we'll set loading as a false, okay. And let's save this one. Next here as well I will add if error, will set the loading as a false, okay, otherwise loading will keep show on the screen. And then same thing I'm going to add the activity indicator. So for this disable as well I'm going to add loading, and then here if loading is true then show the activity indicator with the color is of colors dot white, otherwise show the text, okay. So that's also we are done, and let's create a new category. So over here I will change this to some icon. So let's select some beautiful icon I want to add. We'll say bath, and we'll for bath, if for example I want to add a budget of 3000, okay, and let's click on create, and boom, if you see that loading effect, and boom, we on the bath section here you can add the details. Okay, so that is the important part. Now one more important thing, for example here if you exceed the budget, because we are not limiting over here, but if you extend the budget you have to make sure that percentage will be 100% max. Okay, so let's go to this course info component where we have this progress bar. So let's go to these components and the course info. Okay, so here what will happen once the user reach above this 3000, right, the percentage will, we are calculating percentage, and that will be go beyond 100, right, and then this progress bar goal will go beyond the screen. So that's the reason we have to add a condition. Here we'll say if percentage is greater than 10,000, then we'll set the percentage value is equal to, or we'll just say I think we'll just say the percentage value, say we'll make this as a let, and then we'll say percentage will be 100. Okay, and then this value will be added here. Okay, and let's save this one. For example, let's test this out. So for example, if I want to add some image here, I'm gonna add something like test. Let's say the cost, maybe I will put 5000, okay, which is greater, and click add. And if I add that one, if you see the current value over here is 5000, but the total budget is 3000, but still our progress bar is showing full, but it's not going beyond to screen, right, it's limiting that one, and the percentage is showing 100 as it is. Okay, so I hope guys you understand all this functionality, how beautifully we implemented it. Okay, if you have any question, any doubt, let me know in the comment section. Now we are going to add a option to delete the category. For example, if I go here, and we already added this button, right, here we're gonna add an option to delete this particular category. So let's go back to a category details page where we have this category info component. Okay, and there we added this delete icon. So for this delete icon, so let me go here. Okay, so here I will wrap this inside the touchable opacity, and this is a trash icon which is used for a delete, and here I'm going to add an on press event, and here I will just say on delete category. Okay, now this component name I will add it here, and here before deleting directly we're gonna show alert message that do you really want to delete or not. So for that one we will add alert from the React Native dot alert, and inside this is an inbuilt dialog. Okay, inside that we're gonna add option or add a title called are you sure. Then if you see we need to add a message as well, do you really want to delete. Okay, and then we need to add a button. So this button we can add two button, one for cancel and one for yes to cancel or delete the record. So first thing, let's add a text which is our first button, and that will be a cancel button, and here you need to give the style. Okay, so style has a three option: cancel, default, and restrictive. So cancel means it will just cancel the dialog. The second button, which is text, will say yes, and the style I'm gonna give over here like restrictive, which is red color button. Okay, and then we'll add the on press method to this one. So we'll get async over here. We likely write method inside this async like this. Okay, and now we'll use Supabase query to delete it. Okay, so if I go inside the category item or category, right, which we want to delete, but as you know that category ID, this primary key, is a foreign key inside this category items. Okay, which we refer here. So even though you can, if you try to delete any of this record, for example, let's go here and try to delete this row. Okay, it will give, okay, so this is okay, but let me delete this record which is, and if you see we got the error that there is a one record inside the category item which is connected to this record. So what we need to do, we need to first delete the category item, and then we need to delete the actual category. So go to this category item, go to the API docs, here you will find the delete row option. Okay, and this is the way that you can delete it. So copy this one, go to your VS Code, and first thing, as I say, we need to delete the category item. Okay, so here I will just write constant data. I don't know whether we have the data option or just error, so I will just copy this one, we'll paste it here. Let me bring this in one line and make sure to import this Supabase. Okay, so let's import that one, Supabase from, and then where to get it, this need to be a from utils slash Supabase config. Okay, and here we need to write from category items, we can delete operation, and then we need to write condition on which column. So here I will just simply say category ID and the value. So in this case we can get the category ID from this category data. So here we'll just say category data dot ID. Okay, and after that one, once this is deleted, right, then we will write another method to delete it. So similar way, called Supabase dot from. So in this case the table name is category, then delete, and then we will just add equal. So equal, and here we will write the condition ID, which is category data dot ID. Okay, if you don't write this one, that's also fine. Okay, just write await, and then it will execute this method as well. Okay, and then once everything is get deleted, we will just add a router. So router dot, let me add the router hook. So constant router is equal to use router from the Expo router, and over here we'll add a router dot replace, and then it will go to this default page. Okay, which is, maybe we can call it tabs, like this. And then we can also show the message toast android dot show. Here we'll say category deleted, and then here we write android toast android dot short. Okay, and let's save this everything. Let's go back to our application and let's delete this category. For example, if I click delete option, it will ask you, do you really want to delete? You can say, if you say cancel, nothing will happen, but if you try to say yes, it will delete it, and boom, it will jump here. You will see you saw this message over here, and then this category is no longer in our list. Okay, so this is how you can delete the category. Now it's time to update the home screen. If you remember, we hard coded this category value on the home screen, so we will update that first, and then later on we want to update this donut chart as well, where we want to show this. Let me increase this size. We want to show the total and along with the each category, like this. Okay, so let's go back to our application, and first we will go to this category item list, sorry, course. This is the course list actually. So category list will go, and here if you remember, we added this 5000 as a hard coded value. So obviously we need to calculate the cost of the item which is inside this particular category. So for that one, I'm going to create a new method called constant calculate total cost, and this method will actually calculate the total cost. Then here we'll accept the category item list. We say category items only, and this method we're gonna call this particular method over here. Okay, so simply we'll call this method. Obviously we need to wrap inside the bracket, and over here we'll pass this category items only, like this. Okay, now let's go to this calculate total cost and we'll iterate this so that we'll get the cost of each item. So category item dot for each, inside that we have the item, and then here we'll just write let total cost is equal to 0 for now, and from here we'll say total cost is equal to total cost plus item dot cost. Okay, and then here we will simply return the total cost. Let's test this out, and if you see the magic on the right hand side, you will see each of the category value. Now if I go to the kitchen, if you see the total is 66,000. For the bathroom, if I go here, you will see 700, and same way. Okay, it means this value is now updated. Now it's time to update the donut chart, okay, which we are showing the all the total cost. So let's go back to the donut chart, so which we call it a circular chart. Okay, and here I'm going to create a method. We get constant calculate total, or we'll say just update circular chart. Okay, so here we need to update this particular value state and the slice color state. Okay, depends on the number of category which we added. So let me, something is wrong here. Yeah, and now inside this one we need to say category list, because we have the category list, right? So right now we don't have category list, but we need to get this. Let me remove this one as well. We need to pass the category information. So let's go to this index.js where we use this circular chart. So inside the tabs we have index.js, and over here if I go down, you will see the circular chart. Here I'm going to add the category list is equal to category list. Okay, and inside the circular we'll just accept here as a category list. Let's save this one and let's save this one. Now over here what I'm going to do, I will iterate category list dot for each, and inside that we'll add item comma index and then arrow function, and again inside that one, in order to calculate the cost, we'll set item dot category items, but because each of the category item contains this category items. Okay, then dot for each, and then here will be the new item. Okay, now inside this one we have the actual cost, right? So what I'm going to do, I will add one variable called let item total cost is equal to 0, and simply over here we'll say item total cost is equal to item total cost plus item dot cost, like this. Okay, and after that one we are going to set the slice color. So this slice color we will fetch from the our colors category. Okay, so if we go to these colors, we have this color list. From there we will fetch it. We will not use this one, because if you see, for example, this 4 category is the same color, right? And this will be very confusing while showing that on the graph. So we'll say slice color, and in order to add the value in within existing value, right, because we want to attach the value, you have to write like this, slice color, then inside the bracket we'll say dot 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 slice color. So what it will do, it will add the previous value and then it will append the new value as well. So in this case I will say colors. So I don't know, okay, we have the colors dot color list, and depends on the index value, because we have 0 1 2, it will add that color. And same thing we will do for the value. So set value, we'll say value, and here we'll say dot 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 values comma, and in this case the value is item dot name, or not name, we need to pass this item dot total cost. Okay, and then this particular method we need to call inside the use effect. And let's save it, and boom, if you see, our donut chart is displaying like this. Okay, and now obviously depends on the value and the colors, it shows uh, the chart on the screen. So when I save every time, right, if I save this one, see the color getting added every time. So in order to fix this issue here, you have to add the default value when the update circular chart get called. So here I will put the empty value, and same thing I'm gonna do it here as well, and then save it. Okay, and if you see, that's work good. But just now I observed that this all the colors value is same, right? Even though if you see our category has 400, 700, some of have 0, and this one has a maximum cost, right? And still the color combination is showing equally divided our graph, which is incorrect, right? That's because we defined this late item cost at the top, so make sure to define it here. Okay, and let's save this one, and now you will see the result. See, okay, now this particular have 0, that's the reason it's not showing over here. Now next thing what we need to do, we need to display the color with an given category name over on the right hand side. So let's go back to our return statement where we are showing this NA for now, but here I'm gonna add a condition that category list dot length is less than, or maybe we can say is equal to 0, then show this view, otherwise show another view. So that view I'm gonna add it here like this, maybe, see. Okay, and inside that, for example, let's write a text, for example, new. Okay, and if you see, right, new is showing because we added a new text. Now let's clean this, and over here we are going to iterate the category list. So let's say category list dot map, and inside that we'll get the category comma index, and let's add a view. And make sure to add a key as an index, and let's save this one. Now inside that one, similar thing we are going to add. So I will just copy this one, I will paste it here, and obviously I want the style as it is, so I will copy this style. So let's copy this style and put it externally, and over here I will say chart name container, you can say it, and paste it here, and let's refer this chart name container style start chart name container, and here as well. And instead of NA, we want to show the category name, which is category dot name, and let's save this one, and boom, you got the categories, right? Now for the color, as I say, we are going to use from the colors slash color list, but here we'll pass the index value because we want to fetch it depends on the index value. And let's save this one, and boom, see how beautiful it's showing, right? So for example, for kitchen, this is the last number of depends on the total cost, this much is occupied by the kitchen, and so on. Okay, but here is thing, right now if we have 5 category and 5 category is showing on the screen, but we will actually show only 4 category, and 5th category will be the other. In other, we have to calculate all the remaining categories, and then we have to put it here. Okay, so in order to do that, what we are going to do, first thing, we'll add let other cost is equal to 0 over here, and I'm going to add a condition, if index is less than 4, then we'll wrap this. Okay, so when the index is less than 4, then only up to 4 value it will add inside these colors and set value. Otherwise we'll just iterate this one. Okay, and instead of item total cost, here we're gonna add other cost, and same over here we will do it. Okay, and then once everything is done, then we'll copy this line, and externally we'll add the color list, which is the 5th, and then or maybe not 5th, it's a 4th, and then the set value will be the other cost. Okay, and if I go down here, right, obviously here we need to change the name from kitchen to other. Here also we will write the condition. So if, and along with that one, as I say, we have to only show 5 items. Okay, so less than is equal to 4, and if index is less than 4, then we'll say the category name. Otherwise we will show other as a text. Okay, let's save this one, and boom, you got the result, right? So for example, here if you see, for the living room this much is assigned for, but for other, because all other will be included in that one, is assigned to this particular section. Okay, so this is how it works. And after all, the last important thing is to calculate the total estimate, right? So over here I'm gonna add cost constant, or not constant, but let total estimate is equal to 0, and then obviously every time I'm gonna add total estimate over here as well. So total estimates is equal to total estimates plus item dot cost, and after that I will just copy this one and I will paste it here, or we can add the other cost later on, but yeah, I will do it in the same way. Let's save this one and join total estimate, where we are showing the 0. Here I'm gonna show with the condition like dollar if total estimates, or just say total estimates. Let's save this one. So we got error that does not, oh, not total estimates, it's total estimates. Oh, so it's a constant we define inside this one, right? So let's define a state for that one. So constant total calculated estimate comma set total calculated estimate so this need to be estimate is equal to use state, which is by default 0, and then at the last over here we say set total calculated estimate is equal to total estimate, and then we will replace it here with the total calculated estimates. Okay, so it's saying the length property is undefined when category dot length. Okay, so here we'll put optional, here as well we put optional, and boom, see the magic, right? Now it's showing the total cost of all the category which you adding here. Okay, let's try to add a complete new category. So here I will say category name is TP, which is time pass. The category name I'm going to use time pass. The total budget I'm putting, for example, $10,000. Let's create it. The right now if you see total budget is there, but we don't have any item. Let's add a new item. We add a new item with this accent wall. Cost we'll put 3,000, and let's click add. Once we add, we have the 3,000 now, correct? Let's go back, refresh the screen, and boom, the calculation get changed immediately, and now you have proper data with the other testing, bathroom, living, and time pass, and along with this total estimate value. Okay, the total value is now 10,700. Okay, so this is how we just updated our beautifully home screen with the actual data, with the actual graph result, the total estimate, and everything. Okay, so guys, until this point, if you have any question, any doubt, let me know in the comment section. We are at the end of this particular course. couple of items we are going to look into this particular remaining section. So let me know, and guys, please do subscribe to our channel. So one of the important thing that we need to add in our application is to delete this item. So we need to give a capability to delete this particular a single item from the category. So let's go back here inside our course item list, and for this URL also I want to add this number of lines as a 2, otherwise it will be a big chunk of URL lines. And now what we want to do, when user click on this item, we gonna show the delete option below that one. Okay, so here I'm gonna add a constant, we'll say on or expand item comma set expand item is equal to use state. And then over here below this view I'm gonna add the condition, if expand item is matches with the index, only for that index it will show the option for delete. Okay, so here I'm gonna add a view, and inside this view I'm gonna add two icon, one for delete and one for open the URL. Okay, so if I go here and let me close this window. So for the icon, let's add a trash icon. So I will add this import statement for the icon and we'll paste it here. And I want one more icon for the link. So here I'm going to write link. So this external link icon, I will use it and save it. And if I save this one, obviously nothing is going to show. So for the testing purpose, I will use this 0 as an index. Okay, and then expand item is matches with the index, and if you see right now the two icon is showing. Perfect. Now for this one I'm going to add a class. So let's define the class. We'll say action item container, action item container, and let's attach this particular class to this view. So styles dot action item container. Obviously first thing I will let me increase the size, so let's make it 34 and 34 like this. Okay, and then we'll make it display as a flex, then flex direction I will add a row, then I will add a gap of 10, and we'll make flex end or justify content to be at the end. So this will look like this. Okay, for this color I'm going to change this color to red and this one is blue. Okay, so once you just click on this one, it will open the URL, and for this one we need to put action of delete. So for that one I'm going to add touchable opacity, and I will wrap this evil icon inside this one. And same thing, I'm going to add one more touchable opacity for this open URL button. Okay, perfect. But before that one, we have to add this operation where user click on this, we need to show this icon, right? So what I'm going to do, let's add one example. Okay, so I will add one new item. I will say table, cost will be 500, and click add. And if you see, now it's get added. But for now, if you see, for only for those have option to delete and open URL, right? Because we hard coded give this value. So remove this hard coded value, and now it's showing the default one. Now for this view, I'm change this to touchable opacity. Same over here, because we want to add the on press event. So here I'm gonna say on press, and simply we'll set the expanded item value with the index. Okay, so whatever the index value, and if I save this one, now if I click on this one, see this item value is showing, correct? If I click this one, see for this one is showing now. So cool, right? Perfect. Now for this touchable opacity, I'm gonna write on press event, and here this is for the delete icon. Okay, here I will say on delete item, and here I'm gonna pass the item information. Okay, you can pass the only item id as well. So let's pass the item.id, so it will only pass the id. That's what we required. And then over here I will add a constant on delete item, we'll say id like this, and then here put async. Now we will say constant error is equal to await Supabase dot from. Now you have to give to table name, which is the category items, and after that let's say dot we have to say delete dot the equal condition we need to add, and then here you need to give the id of that particular record, so which is id comma, then we have to pass the actual id. Okay, and once the data is deleted, we'll say toast android dot, we'll add a show, say item deleted comma, and then here we need to add the toast android dot shop. Okay, perfect. Now save this one. Before this one, right, one more important thing we need to do once it's deleted, right, we need to refresh this data, correct? So what I'm going to do, because we are inside the child component, we have to tell the category the course detail screen that okay, you have to update your data. So what we have to do, we have to set update record to be true, and then we'll just call this method. Okay, oh, not here, sorry, we'll call it here. Okay, and then as this course item list we use inside the course detail screen, we will accept it here. So here we'll accept course item record, and then we'll just simply call this get category detail page, which will update or will get the latest data. Okay, now let's test this out. For example, if I want to delete this table, okay, you can delete this one or this one. Okay, let's delete this one, and boom, see, it's get deleted immediately, correct? Obviously we are not showing that every time a dialog, but obviously we are showing dialog for this one only. Okay, so if you see like this. Okay, so this is how we implemented the delete operation. Next important thing we need to do, if I click on this one, for example, right, on the click of this open URL, right, we actually want to open the URL. Okay, if there is a URL, so we'll add method to on press event to this icon. So let's on press open URL, and here we need to pass item dot URL. Now over here we'll write a method constant open URL like this, and we'll get the URL. Obviously if the URL is present, then we'll open that URL, and for that one we are using this linking component from the React Native, which has the option called linking dot open URL, and then we'll pass the URL. That's it. That's how simple it is. Let's save this one. Obviously if I click on this one, nothing will get happen because we don't have the URL, and that condition will not get valid. But let's do one thing. Let's add a new item, and we'll say TubeGuruji cost, we'll say 199. URL, here I'm gonna put URL like tubeguruji.com. Note, I will put NA. Now click add, and boom, it's get added, right? If I click on this one, now you have option for this one, click URL, and now it's supposed to work. Okay, so we are getting one error that could not open TubeGuruji, no activity found handle, so can't view. Okay, so this is the different error, is kind of warning message. And now if you see, I just added different record and it's open the browser. That's good. The reason that it was not working because this is not starting with the HTTPS, that's the reason. Okay, so I will delete this record, and boom, see, immediately this particular option will get updated. Okay, for example, if I delete this record, and you will see this item also get updated, this record is also get updated immediately. Okay, so this is how you can add the action items for your item list. There is one quick fix. Okay, if I open any item and add a new category, for example, let's add a test category. Okay, and let's add a cost as well. Here let's add that item, and once I add it, right, and if I want to go back, see, this is how it happens, right? It's going back to the previous screen which don't have the items. If I go back, and then it's coming back. So what you can do, let me go to let's go to this course detail screen, sorry, category category detail screen. And inside this category detail screen, if you remember, we have this option called router.back, right? Instead of back, what we will do, we will just push or replace it, I think replace it with the actual path, which is the tabs, and obviously the default is index. Okay, so what it will do, if I go now, if I go to the any item, and let's add a new item, let's say test, let's add a cost, let's add this item, and boom, now if I go back, it will go back to this particular screen. And not only that one, but it will also update the data. Okay, so this is the quick fix, guys, that I wanted to tell you. Now one important thing I want to tell you here is to update this history tab. Okay, so inside this history, this is very important that you can try on your own. Here you can do whatever the item we added recently, right? That kind of history you can add here. And the profile also is quite simpler. If you watch my previous video, you will see that we need to add the image and some option so to add in the profile, like you can add the home page, the history page, or you can add the total cost kind of thing. You can play around. So there is one more quick fix we need to add. Currently I'm inside this category detail screen, and if you see, right, I have some more item that I added, but I'm not able to see it because I'm not able to scroll on this screen. So in order to make this scrollable, we need to add a scroll view. So right now let's go to this category detail screen, and here we need to add a scroll view only for this item and not for this particular floating button, right? Because that need to be a constant. So what we need to do, inside the view, we'll add a scroll view like this, and then just wrap the scroll view along the item which you want to make it scrollable. Let's save it, and if you see, now these items are able to scroll. Okay, but if you see this ugly sidebar it displaying, right, you can hide that one. So for the scroll bar, you can just add show vertical scroll indicator, and then you can make it false, and boom, now that scroll bar is gone, and now you're able to scroll easily. Okay, so this is how you can scroll it. Let's go back, and here it's working as expected. Okay, so guys, that's all for this particular course, as we learn a lot of different things into this particular course. So if you really enjoy this particular course and video, please press like button, press notification bell icon so that you will not miss an update from me. And if you did not subscribe to my channel, please do subscribe. Now if you want to extend this application furthermore, let me know in the comment section. And if you want to add more feature, you can add your own, because the main important thing that you learn about the how we fetch data, how we add data, how we delete data, and everything. Okay, and that's what we need to integrate or implement the application. Okay, so guys, see you in the next video.